Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this Sunday afternoon, evening, depending on where you're viewing from. So far in the SandBox, we have Real John Lytham, True Democratic North, Big Jerry, and MIDI Doctors. Welcome, super appreciate it. We have a lot to go over today. So I know I've been saying lately, I'm kind of toggling between doing all of my dockets in one night versus splitting them up. And I would say I'm splitting them up because they're taking too long. And then I have other projects on the go and trying to do a live stream in the evening plus other projects during the day. A little difficult for my task switching abilities. So I'm like, no, I'll just suck it up and do them all in one evening. And now I'm back to this has to be split into two. And part of that is tomorrow I'm going to be covering the federal economic announcement, just what they've put out there. There's a lot to go over federally, so it's getting its own live stream because there's no way I can cram all of that in tonight and still be sane because, I'm trying to get myself on a schedule, wake up at a decent time, that sort of thing, so I can do more stuff during the day. Like work on my painting, work on the TYT essay. Been doing a lot of work on that. I'm getting close to. So I'm getting close to completing the initial draft. Now, what does that mean? Once I complete it, it's still going to be a ways away before I actually get it out there because the initial draft, as I've said before, is the hardest part. Because as I'm making the script, I'm also making the clips or the images that I want to use. So it's taking a lot more time. But then this way, when I go to record it, like my talking part, be so much easier to edit. And I'll be sure I'm responding to clips properly because I can watch them right before I, do the record of my commentary right afterwards and all that sort of stuff. So it's taking a long time. It's going to be a long ass video essays. There's going to be a bunch of them because I need Jake and Anna to go on vacation for 2 months. 2 months. I think I could get it done if they go away for 2 months. In 2 months, if they go away, because I know people say, well, you should just cut off what you're adding in every now and then. And the thing is that video essays, they're kind of like an art form. Let's just say I'm a stickler for detail with my art. So if something current happens, like as in today or yesterday, and it's relevant to part of the video essay, it's gonna go in. So you're going to be seeing stuff like this. Again, it's a year and a half, almost a year and a half in the making at this point. You're going to be on a journey of what TYT used to be versus what it is now. And when I say TYT, I mean Jake and Anna. And yeah, there's so much stuff. Because it's not just what's on the main show that I'm covering. It's what Jake and Anna say when they're on other shows, which is in there a lot too. So, because just a couple days ago or something like that, Jank was getting all upset about people not accepting Tucker Carlson's apology for Donald Trump, and it wasn't much of an apology. And he calls out a couple people right on the main show, and so this Adam guy he calls out, and he starts reading part of the tweet. The interesting thing is, he doesn't actually show the tweet on screen, and he doesn't read out the full tweet. Because, well, you would see why. It doesn't make him look good. And then he also calls out a woman from The View, and he gives a bit of a quote that she said. Again, he doesn't actually read the full quote of what she said or show the clip. Both of which I've obtained for the sake of the video. So, yeah. Let's do this. There you go. So still a lot to add in, deal with when it comes to, sorry, I get distracted because this is still a process. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. And eventually, boom, there we go. Thank you so much, True Democratic North, for the $5 super chat. I really, really appreciate it. So, yeah, I don't know if we have any time for sneak peeks tonight. We'll see. We'll see how things are going. Because there's definitely, again, like I said, there's so much that I keep on having to add to it. And it's like, is this now eventually going to be like Shark Week for me? You know, it's going to be like, because before I was like, okay, I'm just going to drop it in one day. And then it's like, okay, so maybe I have to split in 2 days over the weekend. And now it's like, maybe it's going to be like Shark Week. Because I'll have to do a part of it 5 days in a row or something like that. Because it's just going to be too long. Because it is now broken up into 6 parts. And I'm on the 6th part. I've just started the 6th part. It should be the last part. I'm going to go over things that they have blatantly lied about, sketchy money stuff, and then it's the wrap up. So I'm thinking I can put that all in one part because I'm trying not to get too detailed with some of the lies because it's obvious. And not to mention, I've been talking a lot about their relationships with other people and, again, proven liars with a lot of what they were doing and saying, in my opinion, anyway. So, yeah, it's a grind getting it done, but eventually it will get done. And the closer it is to getting done, then I'll know, because like it's broken up into 6 parts in my video editing program, because it would cause my computer to crash nonstop if I were to try to put all these clips and images into one instant of the video editing program. And so it's broken into 6. And until I get all of it kind of done, I won't know roughly how long it's going to be. But I do know the script. It's about 50 pages. But that includes things like the quote tweets, like the content of the tweets that I'm reading out and stuff of that sort. It's, yeah. And I'm going through a phase of self-doubt. So I do this, and hopefully I don't, where I feel like at times I'm doing all of this wrong. You know, maybe this isn't going to be worth the hype. I've been talking about it for so long. It gets out and it falls completely flat, or I completely missed the picture on some things. Like due to my autism, something completely went over my head and it was so obvious to everyone else, but not to me. And that maybe it's just going to make me look like a big old fool and things of that sort. So I am going through one of those phases right now, and it's not a great phase to be going through. Oh, but yeah. And I also don't have any new paintings to show you from last week because I have been painting up a lot, but I'm doing different pride flags. And so what I'm doing is I have like 16 different paintings I'm working on. So if I do the yellow in the inclusive, then I do the yellow in the non-binary and the yellow in the pansexual. And so I'm doing them all kind of like based on color. And so I have a bunch of just the plain flags done, but I haven't put anything on them yet. And I don't have the inclusive flags done yet because, like I said, I've been splitting it up. So hopefully by next Sunday, I'll be able to show off a whole bunch more paintings, which will be super cool. But also, we now have Soul Life and Isidore. Yeah. 56 Nick Ridge, all in the SandBox. Welcome. And Soul Life saying they are even worse on other shows. LOL. Yep. I'm pretty sure TYT buys its self-gifted memberships on the main. There's some weird stuff going on. It's a project. It is a project that I can't wait to get done, because when I'm done that, I get to focus on this, which I can't wait to get back to. I live in this world whenever I'm not participating in reality, the world of that book. I've been world building when I'm out. I've been figuring out story arcs. I'm still stuck on a story arc that I might need some brainstorming help with. But that's still a ways away. And also the painting is taking up a big chunk of my time, because the thing is I don't even know if I'm getting into Pride, the Pride Festival, to have a table there for vending. I put in the application. I don't know if I got it. And I know that Pride tends to be a little slow on these sorts of things. And if I wait for the approval and then start painting, I won't get all the painting done on time. And so I'm preemptively doing the painting. And so that's the other thing that's kind of keeping me away from the book and finishing the video essays. Like, I'm trying to split between my live streams, the video essays, and the painting. So it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with the ADHD. So let's just see what people are saying in the SandBox. Yeah. So what I'm going to be covering today is some international news. They're starting to talk about banning protests in the UK, but only a certain kind of protest. And they're also been attacking Zack Polanski and the way that the media has just been twisting the narrative on that, as well as some other stuff about Gaza that's happening in Canadian aspect for that. And so I have a fairly large docket on international news, and then I have provincial news, which includes the very big story that should be like totally swamping the social media. Everyone should be outraged, where more than half of Alberta was doxxed. And if this is your first time hearing that, that's a problem with the media. And then I'll also be talking about some Doug Ford stuff. And then I have a few kind of follow-up stories. So that's what I'm doing today. And then tomorrow I will be doing federal news, which will include the economic statement and stuff. It's just, there's some videos in there. There's like a 14-minute long, 7-minute video, and then like a almost a half-hour long video that is like, darn it, I kind of want to watch all of them with you guys. The almost half-hour long one, though, is Avi Lewis' response to the economic plan. And the thing was, I had a bunch of tabs open with little clips of it. And there were so many that at one point I'm like, do you know what? Just screw it. I'm going to go to CPAC, find the video. We're just going to watch the video, because all of the clips are in this video, and it will just make it easier because there's a lot in there to go over. So it's will be tomorrow. I can't do it Tuesday, so it has to be tomorrow. But luckily, since I already have that docket kind of lined up, I don't have to spend so much pre-stream time working on it. So I should be able to get some painting done tomorrow. There's a small segment of the TYT essay that I want to get done tomorrow so that I can move on again. Because it's like, I'm moving on. Oh, I need to go in and add this somewhere else, which is why I now have an order of operations Word document, so that I know it's like, okay, if I need to go back and add something or clip something from an earlier, I know where it is roughly. It's a nightmare. I'm looking at all of the stuff into it, and there will be hundreds of clips. Hundreds. And how do I know this? Because the playlist of videos that I've been clipping from is over 200 on YouTube. So that doesn't include the sources not on YouTube that I've also clipped. Granted, some of the clips are multiple from the same show and whatnot, but still, that's a lot. That's a lot. Oh. So just going to quickly check the SandBox, and then we'll just get into some of the federal news and whatnot. Because again, I don't want to be out here too long because, yeah, I want to go to bed at a decent time. So 56 Nick Rich, YouTube has started using their leverage to try to get users to spend for a monthly ad blocking service. I refuse to force to be anything, period. In 3 minutes? Oh boy, that's... I don't know what you mean by that. Hello, Atticus Among Us. You save time by not matching socks. Oh, okay. Soul Life. Isn't it funny that May Day started in the US, but it's only celebrated everywhere else? May 1st is officially called Loyalty Day in the US instead, thanks to Eisenhower. Anyway, why don't we get into it? So, I'm getting distracted. Like, that's the thing. I'm stressed with all these projects that I'm doing, so my ADHD and OCD are just acting up like crazy. It's become bothersome, the way my OCD has been acting up. Because when I'm trying to relax and watch some of my shows or something like that, I'm also playing games, but I'll have a compulsion. So if I have the mouse, I'll have a compulsion to be tracing it, touching certain parts of it. Like, I can't not do it. There's like a pull, like something about it. Like, I have to touch these certain parts on there or parts of the desk and stuff, like the edge and whatnot. And it's getting really out of hand and I hate it. But that's part of my OCD, is like a compulsion to touch a certain surface. It's really been acting up and it's distracting. So yeah, I'll be glad, because now I'm like all over the place and it's like, I need to focus. Focus. I'm live streaming right now. I need to focus. Anyway, why don't we get into it? First clip is just a one-off international news, but it just goes to show the state of the United States, where it's like, when Donald Trump said that he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and get away with it, he wasn't lying. Nope. He's just outright admitting crimes that the US is doing, and nothing is happening. No one's facing accountability. Nobody's going to jail. Like, nothing. It's gotten to the point where it's like, there's not even outrage, because it happens so often that everyone is desensitized to it to such an extent that's like, yeah, he said that. Okay, let's move on. And it's like, no, maybe hold him accountable. But this goes back to not holding the wealthy and powerful accountable way back when. Like, if we start holding them accountable, generations of presidents ago, you wouldn't have Donald Trump. We wouldn't have Doug Ford. And Ontario actually did hold some officials accountable for some things at times. But since Doug Ford personally was never held accountable for the things that he has done in his past when they happened, he just got more and more emboldened, entitled, and privileged, and now it's like nothing sticks to him at all. He should not have ever been in the position where he could be premier of this province. Donald Trump should never have been in the position where he could be president of the United States. Like, these are just, they seem like common sense things, that these people are not qualified, and they are destroying the states that they are looking after. You know, the United States is being destroyed. Ontario is being destroyed. Canada being destroyed. Mark Carney, oh my God, when I talk about him tomorrow. As I keep on saying, he's just the better looking identical twin of Keir Starmer. But it's actually gotten worse. I would say Mark Carney is now worse than Keir Starmer when it comes to economics. It is the what they announced yesterday, or a couple days ago, I guess. There was somebody on a normal, like mainstream political news show. Someone who isn't a radical, someone who isn't, you know, over the top, left or right, saying Mark Carney's authoritarian. And it's like, kind of, what he is doing is just so over the top. Oh. Welcome to the SandBox, Astroy. Oh, and a reminder, if people in the SandBox can help me out, if I get raided by another YouTube channel, highlight my name. So just put @LeftoftheBox, because the way that I used to get notified, I could see out of the corner of my eye. The way I'm notified now is a little black bar on a black screen, so I don't notice when I get raided. And I like to give thanks to the channels who raid me when they raid me. So if you could do that, I would appreciate it. Yes, 56 Nick Rich, the Canada Strong Fund. Like, if that isn't such a conservative title to begin with. Anyway, that's tomorrow, talking about that. But there's lots to talk about today. Right. Oh my God, my ADHD. Donald Trump. That's what I started this little thing with. Donald Trump said this on TV, like in front of an audience. And again, he's not being held accountable for just admitting crimes that the United States is doing. Just sure. And he's acknowledging that these crimes are good for business. It's like, what do you do at this point? So make sure that this will show up on the right. Ah, good. The right screen came up. Let me just check to see. Yep, okay. So somebody is just pointing, like, imagine being able to announce you're a fucking criminal and nothing happens. And Asen had tweeted this out.
And there was no response. Turn your ship around. Evacuate your engine room immediately. And you see all these guys running out of there. Now, they're 5 miles away, and one shot into the engine room, blew up the engine room. The ship stopped.
He makes this sound so cheery, but he's talking about, like, if something went into the engine room and blew it up, chances are people died.
Used tugboats, and then we landed on top of it. On top of everything else, we then land on top of it, and we took over the ship. We took over the cargo, took over the oil. It's a very profitable business. Who would have thought we were doing that? We're like pirates. We're sort of like pirates. But we're not playing games because, you know, for 47 years, Iran has been pushing everybody around.
Yeah, we're like pirates. We're just stealing stuff. We're just taking what we want. That's not a line that should be applauded if it's the leader of your nation saying it. Just here's the crime we're doing. Now please clap for it. Anyway. On to some Canadian stuff before we get into the UK stuff. So it turns out that there's this FIFA thing happening, and that means a lot of international travel, and that means a lot of politics involved with that international travel, and who is and is not allowed in Canada. And you'd be shocked to find out that there's a bit of a double standard. And so anti-police power Surrey just says, how about members of Israel's IDF? And they're quote tweeting Scott Robertson here, who has this. I won't need to read this because Mark Kearney will say it in this statement. But yeah, let's hear what Mark Kearney has to say about who can and cannot or should not be allowed in the country.
As you know, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and all those members, the Revolutionary Guard has been listed as a terrorist organization for several years. The members are prohibited from coming. We have a series of screenings and we take action, and no members have entered the country. Action has been taken appropriately. We have in our screening over the course of the last year, for example, over 20,000 individuals were prevented from entering the country under those, not 20,000 members of the.
But IDF soldiers are allowed to come over and give tours to universities and wreak havoc and things of that sort. American diplomats are allowed to come to Canada, but they're pirates, you know? Pretty sure pirates were terrorists, but they're allowed to come into Canada. I'm pretty sure there's nothing stopping Donald Trump from coming into Canada, even though he was found liable for sexual assault and not to mention all the other crimes and the genocide he's participating in. Oh, right, so is Canada. Yeah, hard to deny entry to a country that is participating in the same genocide as you. You can't, yeah, that's that just gets a little awkward, doesn't it?
Revolutionary Guard, to be clear, but just to give you a scale of those actions. And look, there are multiple hurdles in order to get into the country, and I think the important thing is that those hurdles are effective, and we continue to see that. And of course, in any circumstance, any period of time, there's always reviews of what's been done and where things can be improved. But the assurance, the core assurance.
Anyway, that's enough of that. But yeah, a lot of us on the left, we can acknowledge that the Revolutionary Guard, Iran's government, bad. Really bad. Yes, they are a terrorist organization. Amnesty International calls them out all the time. Like, that's not a sticking point for people on the left. What is the sticking point is the fact that there's a war of aggression started by the United States and Israel that has killed hundreds, thousands of innocent people, has destroyed infrastructure, has caused the price of living to go up, poisoned a city of, what was it, like 3 million people? No, it was like 9 million people. Poisoned that entire city. Trump has threatened to wipe out, you know, the entire civilization of Iran, which is 90 million people. That is what we have the issues with. You know, with these governments. That's what we're calling out. But we also call it out, the horrendous stuff that, you know, the Revolutionary Guard was doing. You can do both. You can do both. But in a way, it's more relevant to call out things that we can actually influence here. So Western interference, that is something that we can influence here. And we should be calling out. Got a interesting little protest about it at the end of all of this international docket. But it should be understood, though, they weren't denied entry. So members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard rightly have been prohibited from entering this country, and they will not enter this country. So there were some delegates coming over, I think, for FIFA. They themselves were not denied entry. It's a little complicated. So, this person had quote tweeted this out saying, the Iranian Football Federation delegation was not denied entry into Canada. They left voluntarily after they were asked if they were members of the IRGC. I remarked that terrorist is someone who has killed 176 children, leaving only one shoe for each child. Mehdi Taj. Notable that Canadian border does not screen Canadian nationalists for participation in war crimes and genocide with foreign militaries. Also violations of the laws. Yes. David Moskrop has put together some very fascinating lists of Canadians who have gone over and fought with the, or participated with what the IDF is doing. And all publicly found information. He wasn't doxing anyone. Companies that are involved with it, reporters that have gone over, like he's done a lot of great work on it. And yeah, those Canadians aren't getting in trouble for going and helping out with a genocide. And anyone from Israel can come over here. But the thing is that the people who they're saying got turned away weren't actually part of the IRGC. They were just making a statement. So Mehdi Taj, the head of the Iranian Football Federation, who was not present at the FIFA Congress, spoke about the incident that occurred at the Toronto airport. We all had visas, the Iranian delegation. When we arrived at Toronto airport, the Canadian Immigration Police informed us that they needed to ask us some questions and ask, are you members of the IRGC? See, that's how you root out terrorists. You ask them, are you a terrorist? Works every time. We responded that there are 90 million members of the IRGC in Iran. So just saying, you know, they're all one people at this point. They stated that they do not allow individuals from the IRGC to enter Canada, citing Canadian law. I remarked that a terrorist is someone who has killed 176 children, leaving only one shoe for each child. I explained that I am not a politician, but they insisted that we were discussing politics. Don't you dare discuss politics at an airport. After 2 hours and not following a consultation with their supervisor, After 2 hours and following consultation with their supervisor, they informed us that we could enter Canada. However, we decided to return to Iran voluntarily. The Canadians did not deport us. We chose to leave on our own. The FIFA Secretary General strongly condemned the actions of the Canadian authorities. FIFA assured us that there would not be an issue with our visas for national team players. Sorry, I need to close these tabs as we get along because my internet has been a little wonky. So a little bit more of the Canadian perspective on what's happening in the Middle East. So Prime Minister Carney on the Iran war, there's justification for action, blah, 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 blah. So Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East had quote tweeted that out saying, Carney claims that there was justification for the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, but again admits their actions appear to violate international law. We'll watch the clip. We'll hear him say it. Throughout the genocide in Gaza, Justin Trudeau kept on saying, Israel has a right to defend itself, but must abide by international humanitarian law. Well, they're not. So where are the sanctions? Where's the pulling our diplomats? Where's no longer selling weapons to a country we know is not abiding by international law? Where are the repercussions for this? Anything? So Carney is falsely trying to portray the war as just while distancing himself from the U.S.-Israeli tactics. But this is a false premise that muddies the issue of international law. It isn't just the methods of warfare that are illegal, such as bombing of schools and civilian infrastructure. It is the war itself was illegal from the moment as an unprovoked act of aggression in the absence of immediate threat, a breach of the UN Charter. The instant the first bombs landed in Iran, that was illegal. I would hope that dropping bombs anywhere, anytime would be illegal, but this in particular was illegal because it was an act of aggression. It was not provoked. It was not self-defense. It was Israel and the United States attacking a sovereign state. Carney immediately endorsed and continues to support this blatantly illegal war of choice. Canada is complicit in this threat to the world's safety and security. We need to condemn this war and fully retract Canada's support. So this is the clip here.
So there's justification for action, whether that was justification for the action that was taken, We weren't consulted on those. Whether that is consistent, the actions taken
How dare they do this thing and not consult us?
consistent with international law. It's for those who took the actions to justify that. It doesn't appear to be consistent with international law. But in terms of...
So then what are you going to do about it, Mark? Doesn't appear to be consistent with international law. What are you going to do about it?
Some of the motivations for, at a minimum, containing Iran, and this is before...
At a minimum, containing Iran was Iran threatening the states around it. Again, there's no argument what they were doing to their own people. Horrible. But where were their acts of aggression? Unprovoked acts of aggression towards other states around them, other countries. How often were they threatening to invade? You know, Trump threatens to invade all sorts of countries, including Canada, all the time. Where's Iran's threats to do the same thing? They're pretty contained. You know, like everything about this war and what the fallout from it with, you know, what's happening with oil and gas and, you know, fertilizer, because some of the elements go to fertilizer and all this sort of stuff, and the absolute massive rise in cost of most of the things that we need to live. None of it had to happen. All the lost lives, all the destroyed infrastructure, the destruction to the environment. None of that had to happen. It was Israel and the United States' choice to do that.
One gets to its treatment of its own citizens, which is horrific, but containing Iran, there's justification for efforts to contain them, whether it's diplomatic or otherwise. So there's justification.
Yeah. And so a while ago, state of Canada was saying, you know, sorry, my cat is trying to get into something. Lanier, stop it. Yeah, a while ago, Canada, I think it was Justin Trudeau at the time, was saying, you know, we will recognize the state of Palestine, but they must have elections and all that sort of stuff. So we're going to impose conditions on them and on and on and on. And so this came out from our foreign policy, this tweet here, which Nora is replying to. It's grotesque that the way Canadian officials pretend that life in Palestine is just a hard or challenging or whatever, when they are forced to flee weapons powered by Canadian hands. So here's the statement from the foreign policy. Canada welcomes the local elections in Palestine, a key moment for Palestinian voters to exercise their democratic rights. Given challenging circumstances, the elections also represent an expression of their resilience and resolve. You motherfucker are calling a genocide a challenging circumstance? It's just something to over. It's just a little hurdle. Yeah. The challenging circumstance, and you're doing this election. Good on ya. There's no thought in what they're saying. Like, given challenging circumstances, the elections also represent an expression. Yeah, that's we don't want to let, you know, people from Iran in. We still send weapons to Israel. We still support Israel in every way whatsoever. And now we just look at all of the horror that's happening out there as a challenging circumstance. Yeah. In the comments weren't having it either. People replying to that. here's part of that challenging circumstance. You know, Zachary here saying Israel now controls nearly 66% of Gaza. That's some of their challenging circumstance they're dealing with.
Israel has quietly been expanding its control of Gaza. It has sent new maps to aid groups, sources said, which have not been released publicly. The latest version shows a freshly restricted area marked out with an orange line. It extends beyond the yellow line zone occupied by Israeli troops agreed in the US-brokered October ceasefire. Reuters acquired the maps and shared them with Palestinian researchers in the occupied West Bank. Jad Isaac, who heads up the Applied Research Institute Jerusalem, says the new line shows Israel now controls nearly 2/3 of Gaza.
The yellow line is amoebic. It keeps changing from one day to another. But roughly I can say that about 64% of Gaza now is excluded and totally under direct Israeli occupation.
Israel says the orange line sets out a restricted zone where aid groups must coordinate their movements with.
Okay, we get it. We get it. Well, the world is now kind of focused more on what's happening in Iran, and again, the fallout from what's happening in Iran will have a more direct impact on a lot of people's lives. Israel is quietly still committing a genocide. They're still doing their invasion of Gaza. They're still taking over land. They're still forcing people out. They're still destroying the infrastructure, torturing, murdering people. That's still ongoing. It's just we're not hearing as much about it because the way the news cycle works and how fast it is and how horrific it is, like, personally, I have been drained trying to cover the news lately. It is hard not to feel defeated in so many different ways when it comes to like provincial policy, federal policy, international, what's happening internationally and stuff. Like the left just needs a whole bunch of really big wins right now. We need like some hope coming in. Like I know in the UK, we'll be talking about Zack Polanski in a bit. But tomorrow we'll be talking about Avi Lewis a lot. Like I have a full docket on just stuff that he was saying that it's like, it would be nice, but I've learned this lesson with politicians and it's like, okay, they say all this, they talk a great game, but I don't have trust that they're going to follow through with it until they actually do. So if Avi Lewis somehow, wins over the entire population in Canada and gets to run the government. Let's see if he actually follows through with what he's talking about. Be nice. I hope he does. But we've had a lot of NDP leaders, get in charge of like provincially, that then don't exactly govern like NDPs. So, yeah. And this is new from the Maple. Canadian health workers condemn colleagues serving in Israeli military. So again, people who are terrorists, IRGC, they're not allowed in Canada, but, Canadian healthcare workers can go and help with the genocide. Come on back. No issues. So genocide is a significant and extreme public health catastrophe. Yeah. A group of healthcare workers is calling on professional regulators to investigate Canadian doctors and other healthcare workers who have served with Israel's military during its war in Gaza, which the UN has called genocidal. Any individual who is part of the Israeli Defense Force should never be allowed to be anywhere among women and children, especially Muslim or Arab children, said Makram Zaid. I can't do names. A physician in Calgary and the member of the Canadian Muslim Healthcare Network. Health Workers Alliance for Palestine, HAP, published its statement earlier this month condemning healthcare workers who have served in the Israeli military, saying they undermine public trust in their professions. 28 groups, including the Canadian Muslim Healthcare Network, signed the statement. I'd have issues having a doctor look after my health when they volunteered to go help in a genocide. That would undermine my trust in the public healthcare system. So patients and learners, especially Palestinians, have every reason to be alarmed and to refuse care and supervision by healthcare workers and educators with ties to Israeli military, Hap said. The participation of healthcare workers in acts that violate human rights is a serious concern. Such acts are explicitly prohibited by the Canadian Medical Association's Code of Ethics and Professionalism, to which many professional medical regulatory bodies subscribe. The code clearly emphasizes that physicians should never participate in or support practices that violate basic human rights, and should never participate in or condone the practice of torture or any form of cruel, inhumane, or degrading procedure. HAP is writing to the Canadian Medical Association and provincial regulatory bodies to remind them of their obligations, spokesperson Gur told the Maple. So this is the Maple does good articles. They're fairly lengthy, so I'll be putting this link into the SandBox so that you can finish reading up on it if you like. So report raises concerns. Some Israeli doctors have participated in and encouraged violence against Palestinians, said Maiza, a former physical therapist in Toronto and co-founder of Doctors Against Genocide. She pointed out dozens of Israeli doctors signed a statement calling for the Israeli military to attack a hospital in Gaza. Yeah. So she says the Toronto physical therapist said doctors should prevent harm to patients instead of participating in it. Genocide is a significant and an extreme public health catastrophe, she told the Maple. We feel that doctors, healthcare workers have an obligation, not only a moral obligation, but a professional obligation, to prevent harm and use their training and their scientific background to identify the signs and symptoms of this genocide. So let's close some of these tabs. And we're on to this. So let's get into some biases, some influences that happen in politics and media when it comes to what is racism, what is, hate crimes and terrorism and all this sort of stuff. And who do we listen to with this? Who is a valid source of information? So Tyler here is just saying we need to start suing orgs like, oh man, I knew how to say this before the stream. B'nai B'rith for incitement to genocide. This is a Zionist organization here in Canada. And yeah, we have hate speech laws in Canada, and one of them is you're not allowed to promote a genocide. But they keep on crying that should there be a protest for Palestinians if people say from the river to the sea, that is anti-Semitic and that needs to be clamped down on, and we can't have any of that. So here, report B'nai B'rith is calling for the government to create special task force and increase penalties for anti-Semitic acts to fight what they call a national crisis caused by mass immigration, which they support. The vast majority of incidents, online posts, and non-criminal acts.
It is with both great frustration and disgust that I report our findings for the year 2025. In 2025, for the third straight year, a record number of anti-Semitic incidents were recorded in Canada. The sustained year-over-year.
And again, we've talked about this on the stream before. It minimizes actual anti-Semitism because what they've done is they've broadened what counts as anti-Semitic. And so that is things like saying from the river to the sea. That is supporting Palestinians in protests and marches and things of that sort. Certain phrases are now considered anti-Semitic. And so all of these are added in. And it makes it harder to deal with the actual rise in anti-Semitism that is 100% real. It dilutes the ability for people to focus in on where the real issues are. Instead, they want them to focus on the people who are supporting Palestinians instead of the people who are actually doing the anti-Semitic acts. This is a problem. Because, yes, here in Canada, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, homophobia, all of that, it's on the rise right now. And it needs to be dealt with. So it's best not to dilute people's attention to the actual issues at hand by, they often scream louder at the people who say from the river to the sea or wear keffiyeh than they do about the white nationalists who are definitely anti-Semitic.
Increase in incidents of anti-Jewish hate make it clear that, when it comes to anti-Semitism, we have become a nation that tolerates disgraceful levels of hate. From January 1st...
But David Mastratsky, this is the person, sorry, I missaid his name. I missaid his name here, but I've missaid his name earlier. He's the one that has put together, I believe, the documents. Nope, different. Anyway, there is someone for, I believe, the Maple who's put together those documents of the IDF soldiers from Canada. Anyway, this person is saying, B'nai B'rith has released its latest anti-Semitism audit, as always is receiving breathless coverage from the mainstream Canadian media, ostensibly because it has found a newsworthy rise in anti-Semitism. But does B'nai B'rith, oh my God, I'm saying that so wrong, ever find that anti-Semitism has gone down or stayed about the same? Here are the headlines about most reports the group has released since it started doing so in 1982. I compiled most of these for an article I published in November 2023 critiquing the reports titled "The Rising Anti-Semitism Narrative is a Distraction from Genocide." So it starts again, 1982, anti-Semitism on rise, says the organization. So anti-Semitism down in 1983, but increase shown in number of acts of anti-Semitism in 1984. It's on the rise in 1988, up in 1989. Let's see. Let's scooch down. Says anti-Semitism on increase in 1993. How about 1998? Anti-Semitism on the rise. Canada audit finds. Again, 2002, anti-Semitism on the rise. More incidents on the rise. Yep. Okay. Get where you're going with this. Anti-Semitic incidences on the rise. They're just pretty much reusing all the same words. Number of anti-Semitic incidences on the rise in 2019. Yep. 2023 report warns of dramatic rise in anti-Semitic incidences in Canada in 2023. Oh, in 2025, anti-Semitic incidents hit another record high in 2025. The organization reports. This feels a lot like Netanyahu saying Iran is just 2 months away from a nuclear weapon for the past few decades. That's what this feels like. But this is the article from the Maple that he wrote on it. The rising anti-Semitism narrative is a distraction from genocide. Israel lobby groups have claimed rising anti-Semitism based on shoddy data to try to ban pro-Palestine marches. So again, I will toss this into the SandBox. so that you can read the article if you like and support him. Yes, I believe he is the one that made the lists of the Canadians that went over to fight with the IDF. And then the article that I just put into SandBox also has those same titles and stuff up to 2022. Because this article is from a little while ago. A couple years old. So now we get into the UK where they are doing awfully similar things as this Zionist organization when it comes to framing incidences of hate or crime or attacks or anything to do with Jewish people and Palestinians, just the bias that they're allowed to. And again, it makes me wonder, all this time, what else have we bought as a society in the past? Before social media, where we could expose a lot of this double standards, a lot of this narrative, a lot of, the lies that the media and politicians tell us. Before we had social media that did all of that, and we relied strictly on the mainstream media and what politicians told us, what have they done? Like, what are the other stories out there that we don't know the actual truth of because of the way that they tainted the stories, the way that they twisted the narrative? Like, it's hard to really kind of think about like what those could be, where the reality that we were presented wasn't the actual reality of what happened. But it's now like, I'm just so disillusioned with mainstream media, with what politicians say when it comes to certain subjects, because it doesn't even matter if you show them the facts back to back, they'll still deny reality. There's still so many people saying that there's no genocide happening in Gaza when we have the video evidence. The satellite photos show that Gaza has been leveled. Their own numbers from Israel is now exceedingly high, which means it is definitely a lot higher than that in reality. But there's still people denying that there's a genocide there. And then they start attacking people, calling them anti-Semitic and stuff because they support Palestinians. They don't look at any facts. They don't look at what you said or did or anything. It's just the instant you go against the Zionist narrative, you're being anti-Semitic. It's really wild to watch. And so Saul had tweeted out this clip. Tory Chris Phillip wants to limit people's right to march in support of Palestinians and against Israel's genocide and our government's complicity in it. In attempting to justify this, he says they were happening on a weekly basis past synagogues. This is a lie, of course. And we've had similar things here in Canada. There was one march that went past Mount Sinai Hospital. It just happened to go past it because I was on the route. That hospital was not targeted. That hospital was not blockaded. But the way that the media responded to it, even Justin Trudeau, who was prime minister at the time, the way that he called it out, made it sound like they set up a siege around the hospital. When no such thing actually happened. But this is just a way of trying to clamp down on peaceful protests.
And when it comes to marches, when it comes to expressions of hatred on marches, as you've referred to, would you propose, if you were in government, to ban certain marches now?
I would certainly propose to reduce the frequency in the couple of years after October the 7th. The marches.
You see, if I were to allow people I don't like to protest, this is how I would like them to protest, as in not at all. I would like to dictate the terms of how people protest me and my beliefs. How about that?
Happened on a very, very frequent basis, and they very often went past synagogues, there was a march organised the day after, I think, the Heaton Park synagogue murder last autumn. And I think the expressions of the calls for violence, which are heard at many of these marches, not by everybody, of course, not all of them, but many of them include things like calls for jihad and intifada. There was one phrase
So how
that kept
many
getting...
marches should be allowed?
And just because some people within a protest were to say some things, it doesn't make it, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean everyone in the crowd believes that particular thing. And oh my God, I had a thought in my head about this. Damn it, what was it? I have to back it up to remember the point that I was about to make, tying it to the US and something.
Many of them include things like calls for jihad and intifada. There was one phrase
So how
that kept
many
getting...
marches?
Oh, it's on the tip of my brain what I was about to say. Sorry.
I think the expressions of the calls for violence, which are heard at many of these marches...
Oh, right. It's like how Trump is now, and the administration, Trump's administration, is now blaming leftists for violence and attacks because they're claiming that a leftist said that Trump was a Nazi. Or that if any leftists were to say anything kind of like that, then that means they're inciting violence. And meanwhile, the state does actual violence. And that's not considered bad. Like Israel is doing actual violence. And they're worried about some words that might incite violence.
Not by everybody, of course, not all of them, but many of them include things like calls for jihad and intifada. There was one phrase
So how
that kept
many
getting...
marches should be allowed?
Sorry?
How many marches should be allowed then?
Well, I mean, they were happening on a weekly basis past synagogues. That is too frequent.
OK, so what's not too frequent?
Well, I think it just depends on the exact circumstances, but a lot less frequent than that.
I don't...
It's interesting trying to nail him down. And it's like, okay, so what do you think would be the appropriate amount of marches? Because it's hard for him. I know he wants to say none, but he can't. He knows that much, at least. He can't say that there shouldn't be any, but, you know, he wants to. And this is, again, after the UK has already made it illegal to have a sign up saying, you know, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action. And thousands of people have been arrested for peacefully protesting with those placards, as they say. And now they want to clamp down on any protests, you know, really restrict that freedom of expression and speech there.
I don't understand. I'm sorry, because often marches happen in response to world events or to feelings, or to feelings of unrest. So what is too frequent? What is not too frequent?
I think every week, virtually for 2 years.
Once a month?
Going past. I mean, that would be more reasonable than every week. Yes. But I was going to also make the point that calls for jihad and intifada, which were tolerated by the police for many, many months, I think fuel the flames of hatred, because calls for jihad and intifada are calls for violence.
Oh, right. And there was something in here, I think I missed it, where he says, like, these protests had started on this date and have been going on weekly since. And it's like, what started those protests? Are you going to mention that? That they had started the genocide in Gaza and that's why they started protesting? That's what incited the protest to begin with? They didn't just start protesting nothing. They weren't like waking up one day and be like, do you know what? I feel a bit lonely. Let's build some community by just having a protest about something. Let's put a whole bunch of things in a hat and pick one out and then we'll all go out and protest this thing. No, they started in October of 2023 for a reason. As somebody in the SandBox says, bad lefty, wanker. And Owen Jones, of course, is also pushing back against this. And he's quote tweeting a statement from Keir Starmer saying, can we be clear about what Keir Starmer is saying here? If I'm on a protest against Palestinians being murdered and someone in that protest says globalize the intifada, that means I am calling for terrorism against Jews. Are there any limits to this insanity? And so we're not going to watch this video because it is 7 minutes long and I'm pretty sure everyone can agree he's too intolerable for that. So breaking Keir Starmer's full address to the nation over Golder's Green terror attack. And we're going to talk a little bit more about the framing of that in a moment. If you stand alongside people who say globalize the intifada, you are calling for terrorism against Jews. I call on everyone decent in this country to open their eyes to Jewish pain. And so this is also an instance of them co-opting something, a tragedy that happened in the news, to fit a narrative. And they had to force it to fit a narrative by excluding certain details of the story. But a little bit more, again, on specifically the wanting to crack down on genocides and whatnot, or on protests and whatnot. And so Owen Jones was allowed back on LBC recently. And he says the truth is Israel has committed a live stream genocide. And so he's hitting back on somebody claims she brands a magazine that definitely is not Hamas propaganda as Hamas propaganda, because again, they just point out something that is irrefutable at this point.
Look, you made a completely outrageous claim that I'm part of the Hamas propaganda machine. There's absolutely no basis or evidence for that. And if we're going to say that anyone who says that huge numbers of people have been murdered, exterminated, killed, whatever you want to say, by the Israeli state, The Economist backed Israel's assault on Gaza. They did their own detailed estimate of the number of people killed in Gaza, and their upper limit, and these are out of date, this was a year ago now, was 110,000 people. If we are to believe my esteemed guest, The Economist magazine is now part of the Hamas propaganda machine.
Yeah, because The Economist actually reported something that the Israeli government reported. And since they reported what the Israeli government reported, they're now part of Hamas because she doesn't like what was reported.
As regards the, well, do you know what? I rest my case your honour. Carry on arguing that the likes of The Economist are part of the Hamas propaganda machine, because all you are doing is discrediting your argument. You mentioned, for example, about these academics like Omar Bartov, the Dean's Professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at one of the most prestigious universities on the face of the earth. He dedicates his life, every single day of his life, studying genocides. He is one of the most preeminent scholars of the Holocaust. He knows this subject in a way you, a spokesperson for a pro-Israel lobbying organisation, does not.
No, it's not.
And I'm afraid to say, you can say, by the way, you can say, by the way, I disagree with him, I don't think they're right, but you are going to have to stretch everyone's credulity to say that Israeli scholars of genocide who dedicate their lives to studying genocide are talking total arrant nonsense. The truth is, Natasha, Israel has committed a live stream genocide. It has butchered vast numbers of people in front of the whole world.
So Owen has also released a video on his channel that goes over the whole conversation that he had on LBC, and I recommend people go over and check it out. He's been right on this issue for pretty much the entire time he's been in public politics. Like, we're talking 10, 15 years ago, he's been right on this issue and calling it out way back when he still looked 12. Granted, he was probably like 30, but so yeah, I recommend people go check it out. But again, it's just, I don't like what you're saying, so I'm just going to label you a terrorist, because what you're saying it goes against my narrative. It goes against what I want to believe, even though it's undeniable at this point. It's been live streamed. We can see it from outer space, how bad it is. How there is anyone who is able to show their face in mainstream media these days and still deny what reality is baffles my mind, that they're allowed to get away with that. That so many Zionists are allowed on mainstream networks and they're allowed to spew all of this nonsense, these lies. and demand that the people who are speaking the truth be cracked down on. It's a crazy world we're living in, where the worst people never face any consequences for the things that they're doing. But good people trying to do good things get arrested for sitting down peacefully and holding up a placard. That, like Don Lemon was arrested because he was reporting on something in the States that they didn't want him to report on. Reporters have lost their jobs for doing good, for reporting accurately. People have lost their jobs. People have been arrested for doing good. And meanwhile, the perpetrators of the worst crimes are allowed to just acknowledge it on TV, say, yeah, we're pirates now. They're allowed to be part of the administrations. They're allowed to dictate policy. They're allowed to change the laws so they can break them. It is wild that the population has tolerated this for so long. And it's pretty much all Western countries. Like, it's the UK, it's the US, it's Canada that's all facing this right now. I don't know how bad it is in Australia, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's very similar. But yeah, absolutely mind-boggling. And so now we get into that incident that sparked a lot of, we must clamp down on these protests. So Mehdi Hassan here is just quote tweeting the Metropolitan Police saying, "Weird that even the police in their tweet, though not in the full statement itself, are just airbrushing the fact that he's being charged with 3 attempted murders, not 2, the third person being a Muslim man he stabbed earlier in the day." So part of the reason why they want to clamp down on protests, Palestinian protests, is because it was an anti-Semitic attack, and all these, pro-Palestinian protests are just riling up people and making people go out and attack others. And so the Metropolitan Police had said a man will appear in court today charged following a counterterrorism police investigation into 2 men stabbed. And those were 2 Jewish men that were stabbed. And a lot of the mainstream media just focuses on the 2 Jewish men that were stabbed. And they neglect to mention the Muslim man that was also stabbed. It's not 2 men stabbed. It was 3, one of them Muslim. And so there's actually a community notes on this saying, the Met failed to mention their post in that the person was also charged with another attempted murder in relation to a separate incident on the same date in Great Dover Street. It's found buried in the article. And so this person here is also just pointing out that the way that the UK media has been absolutely rampant in their bias in how they report certain stories. And so they say in the past week, BBC News has omitted Muslim identity in 3 separate headlines. A Muslim victim, and so that's the stabbing that we just talked about. A perceived Muslim rape victim, so a woman was raped and the person who perpetrated that thought she was Muslim. She wasn't, and said some horrific things to her during the attack. And a mosque reportedly targeted by neo-Nazis. Why does the UK's National Board treat Muslim victims as unworthy of recognition? And so here's the article about suspect charged with attempted murder in Golders Green attack. And so 45 have been charged with attempted murder after 2 Jewish men were stabbed in Golders Green. Again, not mentioning the Muslim man who was also stabbed allegedly by that person the same day. So from BBC News, how MI5 foiled a Tesco workers' plan for a mass gun attack on a mosque. That was a planned attack on a mosque. And this is the absolutely horrific story of man given life sentence for rape and religiously aggravated assault of a Sikh woman. He thought she was Muslim, and that's why he targeted her. Absolutely grotesque. And so now a lot of attention is being put onto Zack Polanski because he's speaking out against some of the actual anti-Semitism he's facing. And so he tweets, yesterday in Hastings, in the wake of anti-Semitic attacks in Golders Green, I faced Nazi salutes. Today, the Prime Minister uses his office to attack the only Jewish party leader to score political points. And so Keir Starmer had tweeted out, Zack Polanski's criticism of police officers' response to Golders Green attack was disgraceful. He's not fit to lead any political party. I would say that the person who is abetting a genocide is not fit to actually be a member of a political party.
Now, when I then see Zack Polanski come out and retweet or support a criticism of that, I think it's disgraceful. I think it's disgraceful. I've no doubt in my mind that those officers probably thought their own lives were at risk. And if you see the footage, there's a lot of people in the scene as well. Now, that didn't turn out to be the case, thankfully. But this is the thing about policing. And I learnt it firsthand in Northern Ireland.
Okay, enough of that dipwad. And more from Zack Polanski here. When Jewish people speak out against genocide, why are our voices dismissed? And smirking while I describe someone Nazi saluting me isn't just disrespectful, it feels deeply anti-Semitic. And so there's the full YouTube video that people can go watch on Sky News. We do have a clip of it that we'll be watching just to see the way that the journalist is smirking. And I don't know if I have it here, but somebody was pointing out that it felt like Zack was the professional journalist on the panel trying to do an interview, while the other person was the person being interviewed and was being like very combative and things of that sort. So people can go to Sky News to see the whole thing, but here we have a clip. And so Bruno had quote tweeted out one of his tweets saying, "It's hilarious clip because you." Oh, I guess I did keep it in here. If you didn't know the characters, you would think Polanski was the journalist and the guy interviewing him was some kind of populist party apatrit. I know the word. But these days, everything seems inverted. And the politician calmly discussing facts, the journalist smirking, shouting, repeating all kinds of bigoted nonsense. What is going on?
The person who is conflating anti-Semitism and criticism of the Israeli government is Benjamin Netanyahu.
No. Let's not get onto that. I asked you about the feelings of the Jewish community in this.
I bet there's a lot of people that absolutely despise the fact that Zack Polanski is Jewish and is now leading a very popular party, because that really undermines one of the ways that they love to attack leftist parties as being anti-Semitic. Like, they still call him anti-Semitic, but it doesn't quite land the same as when they attack other leftists for being anti-Semitic when they're not, and they're not Jewish or something. Like, it really probably frustrates, you know, the opponents that they can't go there without making it look so obvious what they're doing.
Country.
Of which I'm one of them.
Almost nothing to do with what you just started to go on to. And you seem still unsure whether you believe Jews in Britain are unsafe or whether you think, actually, it's not as bad as some people are making it out.
That's not what I said at all, and that's not what I said last week. I said there are people who are unsafe, Jewish people, and that's clearly true. There are also people who feel like the marches are hate marches. I'm saying as a Jewish person who marches with many Jewish people against the occupation in Palestine, when people say that makes them feel unsafe, that's a distortion of what the march is.
Okay.
Now allow me to deny your reality that you just stated. And so Zack Polanski could say, I was part of these marches, part of a large Jewish contingency in these marches. They're not hate marches, they are peace marches, and blah, 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 blah. And now, okay, I don't hear you. Now I'm going to absolutely just deny the reality that you told me and spin my narrative.
As a Jewish person, I march with many Jewish people on those marches. Now, there are already laws to deal with.
But you're not all Jews. I'm just saying that currently the policy is...
But why is my Jewish identity being erased from this conversation?
No, I'm not erasing it.
So many people on those marches.
Don't try that one on me. My point is that currently the policy is that if somebody believes that an incident is a hate crime, whether they are a victim or not, it is recorded as such by the police. It is regarded as such by the courts. What you are saying is because you don't think it's a hate crime, it shouldn't be.
If hate crimes are being committed on...
There are actual parameters about what a hate crime is or is not. And it doesn't rely on some person involved or not involved with said hate crime to determine if it was a hate crime. Like, at least here in Canada, that's the case, where there's like, it has to meet the certain criteria in order to qualify as that. I would imagine it's very similar in the UK, where you can't just declare it. There has to be actual criterias that are met for it to qualify as a hate crime.
The marches, then those should be dealt with, and there's already laws for those. As I said, on those marches, I've not seen hate crimes, and I think it's an outrageous slur on many, many people who are marching for peace. The world is actually upside down.
And others who think it is. What's wrong with that?
Those are not hate marches.
It's in their minds.
Well, I think if they've not seen evidence of them being hate marches, then I think, yes, that is a perception issue.
OK, so you then want to erase their belief that they are subject to hate. That's their perception is also their reality.
Well, I think we need to deal in evidence.
Yeah, as Zach said, we need to deal with evidence, because your perception of something isn't necessarily reality. Those are separate things. And so just because you perceive this march to be a hate march doesn't in reality make it real. Doesn't mean that suddenly the narrative of the entire world now fits your perception, that the reality now fits your perception, your particular perception. Because then what happens if you have two people standing side by side and one perceives it as a hate march and one perceives it as a peace march? Which one is then right? As Zach is saying, there is no evidence. There are certain actual criterias that need to be met in order for things to be declared hate marches or hate crimes. You don't just get to be like, well, I perceive it to be, because I perceive everything that the United States government is doing right now as, hate crimes against its own people, against the population, against Iran, against the Palestinians, against all the other places that they've bombed. I call those hate crimes. And my perception of that is probably a lot more accurate than somebody looking at a march going by with Palestinian flags and people saying, stop the genocide as a hate march. Just saying.
And data. So where there has been anti-Semitism, there's laws to deal with that, and that should be dealt with. If it's a general perception that they're hate marches, then that's the world upside down. These are peace marches that are marching to say, end the occupation. The person...
And good on Zach for, being strong in his stance here, for not letting things slide, to pushing back. I can't imagine how exhausting it is. Because I would imagine, as the leader of a political party, he wants to talk policy. He wants to talk about what the Green Party has to offer. Instead, now he's having to defend his identity as a Jewish man over and over again. And these journalists are trying to make that the focus of everyone's attention is, oh, is this anti-Semitism or not? And the focus is being taken away from the actual policy on hand. And I can't imagine how exhausting it is to have to go up every time and justify your existence as an anti-Zionist Jewish person every time you're in front of a camera with someone. Well, somebody who is on the side of Zack Polanski is a very, very niche person on the internet. Only a handful of people really know about who he is. Hassan Piker. Of course, I'm being sarcastic because on Twitch, he's one of the largest political live streamers. And he's on the side of Zack Polanski and pointing out some of the anti-Semitism, the actual anti-Semitism being inflicted on Zack Polanski that douche canoes like this guy here just tends to overlook. Do you think he's going to ask about the anti-Semitic cartoon that was made about Zack Polanski or point it out or condemn that at all? But Hassan gets into it And so Audrey here is just saying, Hassan calls out the hypocrisy of the lack of outrage for the anti-Semitic artwork of Zack Polanski published by The Times. So this was published in an actual news outlet magazine paper. This anti-Semitic cartoon was published. And there's no outrage about that. But Zack saying it's a peace march, it's not a hate march. That's where the outrage lies. So The Times and says that the outrage would be different if the artwork was published by a pro-Palestinian newspaper.
You guys understand?
Yeah, if it was a pro-Palestinian newspaper that published that exact same cartoon, that place would be leveled.
You guys understand? Which plays a role in his coverage in the coverage of Zack Polanski, which is crazy. If this was if this depiction of a Jewish,
I hope this isn't going to get me in trouble on YouTube.
Politician,
like, that's how bad this cartoon is, that I'm worried that it might actually get this stream in trouble on YouTube. Let's see. I think I have a cover there.
That is pro-Israel was done by a pro-Palestinian newspaper, they would arrest the cartoonist. Okay, this would be the news for weeks. Okay, this would take up headlines for fucking weeks. But of course, because Zack is Jewish, who happens to be anti-Zionist, okay, then obviously you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. You can depict them any way you want to depict them. Yeah.
So, like I said, I'm just covering it up because that's how bad this cartoon is I'm actually worried it's going to get me in trouble on my YouTube live stream. So here Prem Tacker is just pointing out again how Hassan Piker has now been the target of the ire of the media and politicians and stuff. And a lot of it has to do with, let's scooch to the beginning before you see, is how popular he actually is, the reach he has. And so it's almost like the more popular you are, the bigger target you are. So Zack, it's kind of popular. Hassan, very popular. And especially when you get into American politics and how he can sway things there. And so the media recognizes that they actually have the ability to influence people. Hassan is an influencer and he has the ability to influence millions of people. And he influences them by telling the truth. And so the media that is Zionist in nature hates that. And so instead of focusing on important stories, instead of focusing on horrific stories that have happened in Gaza, they just want to make it all about Hassan, which in a way is a good thing because it's going to expose more people to the message that Hassan has. More people will hear about him. More people will learn about him. People who consume mainstream media that know nothing of the political online sphere that we are in are now being exposed to Hassan. As the editor of these magazines, I would ask you to keep doing what you're doing. So Prem here is saying, my gosh, this is stunning. The Atlantic has run 5 articles in the past 2 weeks on Hassan Piker versus this in the past 31 months. So 5 articles in 2 weeks. Meanwhile, for comparison, here are just a few topics that the Atlantic has not covered in the past 31 months since the beginning of the Gaza genocide. 0 stories on Hind Rajab, the 5-year-old Palestinian girl who's murdered by the IDF, along with 6 of her family members and 2 paramedics, caused international outrage. 0 stories on Israel's unprecedented killing of journalists in Gaza. 0 stories about Israel's unprecedented attacks on healthcare workers. Only 1 story about Israel's unprecedented killing of children. Indeed, outside of this, and 1 other early story, both from fall of the 2023, The Atlantic has never cited the child death toll in Gaza And even this one early reference, a conspicuous reference, conspicuously makes no mention of Israel's role in creating it. Indeed, the only time the Atlantic has substantively reported on obscene overall death toll in Gaza was to smear its credibility and claim it was being exaggerated by Hamas. This article by Graham Wood gave us the now infamous "It is possible to kill children legally" in line, in an argument since thoroughly debunked by medical professionals who were actually there. Yeah, so 0 stories in the Atlantic about Him Rajab, but 5 articles about Hassan Piker in the past 2 weeks. Now, something I was talking about last week that I was concerned didn't seem to be getting any media attention was I knew that there was another flotilla heading towards Gaza, and the deadline for it to hit was last weekend, so I guess there was just some delays in that. And I tried looking for stories on it. There were none. Well, there are stories on it now because, of course, a lot of the participants in the flotilla were kidnapped and brutalized by Israel. And Canadian media even covered the fact that there was a flotilla. So on CTV News, 2 Canadians detained by Israel off Greek coast, flotilla organizer. So 2 Canadians are among the activists detained by Israel after the boats they were sailing on were intercepted overnight during a mission to break the nearly 20-year naval blockade of Gaza, Canadian flotilla organizers say Thursday. History did not start on October 7th, 2023. Gaza has been an open-air prison for decades. The people there have been oppressed and crushed for decades. That attack didn't come out of the blue. It was a response to the oppression that they were facing. So the Globo Samad flotilla identified the Canadians as Mary Tota and Umar Tiara. Tota is a nurse from Ontario, and Tiara is a student from Quebec City, says Globo Samad Canada spokesperson Safa, who spoke to the Canadian press from a flotilla boat currently sailing in the Mediterranean Sea. More than 180 activists were detained in international waters as Israeli forces intercepted 22 boats in the flotilla. Organizers Ehab, who is part of the Freedom Flotilla that is involved in the same mission, said the boats were intercepted west of the Greek island of Crete, more than 500 nautical miles away from Israel and Gaza, and that organizers have not yet been able to contact those detained. Ehab spoke to the Canadian press from Sicily after the interception disrupted plans for him and 5 other Canadians to join the fleet of ships that launched from Barcelona earlier this month. He said it's alarming that Israel intercepted the boats so far from its own shores, a move he said amounts to an illegal abduction, particularly since flotilla activists are unarmed civilians trying to deliver aid and draw attention to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Israel's foreign minister, Gideon, said all detained participants were unharmed and would be taken to Greece in the coming hours. I'm sure it's not going to surprise anyone. They were harmed. We thank the Greek government for its willingness to receive the flotilla participants, he wrote on social media. A press release from the Global Samad Canada said Israeli forces jammed communications, destroyed several ships, and left activists adrift at sea on boats without power during the interception. A Canadian woman was among those marooned on a vandalized boat, but was later rescued by Greenpeace and Spanish NGO Open Arms. She said the flotilla spokesperson and 1 other Canadian are still missing. Her boat wasn't near the group that was intercepted, but she said internet connection was disrupted on her vessel before drones shining bright spotlights surrounded them. At the time, she believed the drones may have been sent by Greek authorities or another ship in the area, and was shocked to learn that the Israeli forces had sailed so far west to intercept the flotilla. She didn't see the military action firsthand, but said fellow activists told her armed Israeli soldiers boarded vessels before detaining activists. The person is calling on the Canadian government to have a spine and take action to ensure that detained Canadians are returned home safely. So far, when Canadians have been killed by Israel, detained by Israel, the Canadian government's response has been nothing. It's quite the thing to know that should a particular state decide to execute me, the state that's supposed to protect me doesn't give a shit. So meanwhile, Global Smog Canada is demanding immediate consular intervention for Tota and Tiara, and urging the federal government to call an end to the blockade and support the safe passage of the flotilla to Gaza. Global Affairs Canada did not immediately respond to requests for comment on Thursday. A video posted by the Global Smog Flotilla showed one of the detained Canadians identifying herself as a medic. If you're watching this, Israeli occupation forces have kidnapped me from international waters, Tota said in a pre-recorded video, holding up her Canadian passport. My kidnapping shows once again how far the Israeli regime and its backers will go to continue their siege and genocide. This person, again, me with names, not good, says flotilla organizers are in contact with Tota and Tiara's family, and the hope is they arrive in Greece safely. Israel's foreign minister said to social media that it was taking about 175 activists from more than 20 boats participating in the flotilla. Again, they're just kidnapping them on international waters. They have no right to board their ships, take them, destroy their ships. And also, they're no threat. Like, that's the thing. They're not a threat. They're just trying to supply aid to people who are suffering. The ministry said it took early action to intercept the flotilla due to a large number of vessels and needed to prevent the breach of its blockade, claiming that Hamas is behind the flotilla. Of course, it's always Hamas when somebody does something that Israel doesn't like. But just, again, it's just the brazenness of this. You know, we need to prevent the breach of its blockade. We need to prevent aid and supplies, medicines, from getting into the population we're trying to wipe out. We need to prevent any sort of relief they might get. Like, how dark and twisted is this world that they're allowed to just outright acknowledge what they are doing and there are no consequences? So this person, a longtime activist who was himself detained by Israel during a 2011 flotilla, again, history did not start on October 7th, 2023, said he's never heard of Israeli forces sailing so far west to intercept boats. The usual zone, I would say, is 50 nautical miles from Gaza, maybe in some cases up to 100 nautical miles, but not 500 ever, he said. We are really concerned mostly about how rogue and out of control the Israeli military has become. I'm just seeing how much more of this. Okay. I'm just going to toss the rest of this article into the SandBox so that you can finish reading it if you like. There's still a little bit more to go over, and I have to pace my voice. So, I was reading this article. You might notice that when I'm showing articles on screen, something might be missing from the articles I'm presenting to people. Just, I don't know how it's happening, but it happens. Maybe it's just my computer on its own not doing anything with a certain type of blocker. Because this was super fascinating to find out. So Samara is saying, I'm reading a story on the CTV news page about Canadians abducted by Israel in international waters, and right underneath it is an ad by the State of Israel. The biggest killer of journalists in all of history takes out ads on media sites. So that article that I was just reading contained this ad. Israel under attack. Send money to Megan David Adam, Israel Emergency Services System. I can almost guarantee you that if there was a pro-Palestinian group out there that decided to take out an ad on CTV News that said, Gaza under attack, donate today, I don't think that one would get through. I'm just saying, I don't think CTV News would allow that. Would allow an organization to say, can you please help us with people who are starving and suffering and need food and medicine and just basic needs. So Jenny Guan is a NDP MP, just putting out a statement on this, wanting the Canadian government to actually, I don't know, do something about the Canadians that were kidnapped. So she says, deeply alarmed by the interception of the Global Samad flotilla in international waters, with 2 Canadians detained and others injured. Canadian government must act immediately to ensure their safety and hold Israel government accountable for this violation of international law. This is the statement that she put out. I'm just going to freeze it on screen here because it's long, and you can read it. But the bottom here is just what she's calling on them to do. I'm calling on the Government of Canada to act immediately to confirm the status, location, conditions of all Canadian participants, provide immediate consular assistance and protection, including ensuring access to appropriate medical care, detention support if applicable, and full access to medical documentation, seek full transparency regarding the circumstances of interception and subsequent treatment of those detained, and work with international partners to uphold international law and prevent further escalation. Canada must act decisively to protect its citizens abroad and ensure fundamental rights, including access to health care and due process, are upheld in the brazen impunity of the Israeli government in violating international laws must be held accountable. So it might be more legible on screen if you just see it here, but yeah. And Zoran Mandami also released a statement because there's some New Yorkers also who were kidnapped. And so he says, last night, Israeli forces intercepted and boarded a humanitarian aid flotilla bound for Gaza in international waters off the coast of Greece, unlawfully detaining more than 175 people, including several New Yorkers. My team has been in direct contact with state and federal partners as we work to confirm the whereabouts and conditions of these New Yorkers. This is a brazen violation of international laws. Those detained must be released. A mayor is doing more about checking in on the safety of the citizens of his city than the Canadian government is doing to check in on the safety of its citizens. So this is the Global Samad Flotilla had tweeted this out, just mentioning that it was too late for that whole unharmed part. They were harmed. So Global Samad Flotilla participants have justified 40 hours of calculated cruelty aboard an IOF Navy vessel in Greek waters. They were denied adequate food and water. They were forced to sleep on floors that were deliberately and repeatedly flooded. When the military moved to abduct 2 participants, these people with names I can't pronounce, our crew peacefully resisted, and the response was sheer violence. Participants were punched, kicked, and dragged across the deck with their hands bound behind their backs. They suffered broken noses, cracked ribs, and bloody beatings. Shots were even fired at them in the chaos. The nightmare isn't over. Greek police are now trapping our battered crew onto buses, denying them the freedom to leave, while these people have been abducted and taken back to occupied Palestine. Our participants remain unbroken. 60 participants have immediately launched a hunger strike. This is a vicious attack on peaceful civilians. We will not look away. We will demand their freedom and international accountability now. And so there will be audio on this in a moment, but it just says urgent update. Participants brutalized aboard IOF Navy vessel for in Greek waters for non-violently resisting abduction of 2 of their crewmates.
The Greek police is keeping us as criminals. If they have arrested us or not, they said not. But we cannot leave the bus. We cannot use our freedom.
We were taking for 40 hours, 60 people, which were a third of the people that were with us on a hunger strike. The other 120 people did not have enough food or water with them. We were forced to sleep on the floor, and the floor was flooded repeatedly with water, and we were beaten several times with our hands tied in our backs. We tried non-violent resistance to stop them from keeping Tiago unsafe, and that's why they beat us up before taking us off the board, and the Greek Coast Guard is cooperating with them.
If you can see, my nose is probably broken. My ribs are hurting bad, and probably something, maybe also broken, I don't know, and my leg also. They were kicking and they were punching and they were dragging us over the floor, and we even heard them shooting at people.
So the media has a weird way of not covering certain stories and then covering other stories, but a story that isn't getting a lot of press in mainstream media or coverage in mainstream media right now is a protest going on, an individual in the United States. So here, this person tweeted out, a 45-year-old man is occupying the top of Washington's Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge to protest the war in Iran. Not a single Western news outlet is covering this. When I Googled it, I think Fox News might be covering it. I would not think that they're covering it fairly. I'm just saying that network tends to be a little biased. And here we go.
My name is Guido Reichstatter. I'm 45 years old. I'm a father of 2.
So this is actually reporting from Al Jazeera, who is covering this. And so, yes, this person is hanging out at the top of this bridge as a form of protest.
Children. Have a degree in math, bachelor's degree in math and physics. Now I'm on top of this bridge because the government of the United States is...
Sorry, the audio in this is really bugging my ear hole. So the United States is engaged in acts of mass murder. In my name, and I refuse to be complicit in that. So I think his name is Guido, is speaking to Al Jazeera from atop Washington's Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge, which he began occupying on Friday to protest U.S. Israeli war on Iran. Bystanders filmed him as he scaled the 51-meter structure over the Anacostia River. We asked why the war on Iran motivated him to risk his life. I mean, I woke up on February 28th and I found that hundreds of school children had been blown apart. I think there are many millions of Americans who reject the war in principle, but whose actions have not yet been sufficient to bring it to an end. On the bridge, he wore a t-shirt that read "End War" and unfurled a large black banner. On the bridge, he wore a shirt that read "End War" and same thing. I think it represents to me the depths of evil and the... Did I miss something here? No, okay. Absolute unacceptability of the crimes that I'm witnessing. The President of the United States, the man occupying the office, witnesses a civilization being destroyed, and it's abominable. It's our power and it's our responsibility to stop it. So he maintained his protest amid a firework display for the Washington national baseball team. Actually, that would be a fantastic fucking view. The smoke might be a bit much, but that would be an amazing view of fireworks. I just got a raid. Thank you, Bad Lefty, for letting me know that Kevin Logan and No Justice have raided me. Thank you. Super appreciate you pawn jumpers coming over. I just covered Zack Polanski being attacked in the media and the way that the UK is wanting to now crack down on protests. So if you go back a little bit, you'll hear my takes on that. Because you want to know what a Canuck is thinking about it. But welcome, pawn jumpers. I'm just finishing up the international docket, and then I'm going to be getting into some provincial news. So if you're interested in staying, is it abreast? Abreast of Canadian politics? That sounds weird. I'm sure I said that wrong. Keeping up to date with Canadian politics, hit that subscribe button. I super appreciate it. And everyone go check out Kevin Logan and No Justice. They do amazing work on the other side of the pond. So again, welcome, pawn jumpers. And I'm reading this out because the audio on here is pretty unbearable. Like, that's just, the audio is bugging me. So he says he has food and water and will stay on the bridge for as long as he can. Yeah. And so that's reporting from Al Jazeera. So a 45-year-old man on top of a 51-meter bridge, just hanging out there, climbed up as a form of protest against the Iran war, about what Israel and the United States, how they attacked Iran. So if you're afraid of heights, that would be a very difficult protest for you to do. But that is commitment. That's commitment. And that is the end of this docket. So that means I go to the main shot and I start closing a whole bunch of tabs so my computer doesn't get mad at me. Close, 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 close. Okay. And this also means I go check the SandBox. Let's see. Because this is a fairly long docket. Yeah, I'm up as high as I can go. So welcome, Bad Lefty, to the SandBox, Super Strike 9. Super Strike 9 totally agrees with something I said. Good to know. Out of context. But also saying, imagine protecting a genocidal regime in the name of anti-Semitism. Shake my head. Yeah. Jet, I started at 5 p.m. I'm trying to do them earlier so I can get to bed earlier. It's funny how that doesn't work out, but I'm trying. And this stream will be split into 2, even though last week I said that I'm going to try to get them all done in 1. Because I need to cover federal economic statement, and it's big. It's a long docket that I want to cover in detail. So I'm doing that tomorrow night. I'm not sure what time I'll be doing that because I'm hoping to have... I've invited somebody to do that stream with me, but it's short notice, so don't expect company. So I'll be doing another live stream tomorrow night. Let's see. Hello, Rusty. Welcome to the SandBox. People getting late notifications, I take it. Soul Life says, I don't know how to restart my Chrome and make it restore all my windows without rebooting the whole laptop. There is a setting in Chrome that you can go to that you can set it up so that when Chrome opens, and the same as in Firefox, you can open up some home tabs so the same tabs will open up every time. So if you have like a bunch of social medias that you want to stay open, whatnot. But the more useful one, and the one that I am stuck on, is to open the tabs that were last opened. So there's an option if you go to your settings on startup, or if you close the windows, that when you open it again, all the tabs that left off reopen. Super handy. Let's see. Got Got my crispy curls going and making me want to play with it. And my ADHD is really out of whack right now, so it's kind of really hard not to stop playing with them now that I am. Hello, JK. Welcome to the SandBox. Saying Israel bombed a synagogue in Iran. Was that anti-Semitism? Me think so. And 56 Nick Rich has signed off for the night, so have a good night if you're watching this later on. Hello, hermeteorologist and reference frame. Bad Lefty. Oh, welcome to the SandBox, Bad Lefty. IRC Superman was anti-Semitic. Yes, during the march in Toronto a couple years ago, there was a guy dressed up as Superman or Spider-Man who went up the scaffolding and stuff like that, but he did that all over the place, but they focused on the fact that he did that on the scaffolding on the hospital, Mount Sinai Hospital. And they were like, oh, look at this. He's scaled the scaffolding. And meanwhile, people are looking at that like, that looks pretty badass. But he was scaling things along the road, like all over the place. And there's pictures of him scaling, lamp poles and other things. But they're like, this is an attack on the hospital. This guy dressed up as Spider-Man. Let's see. Did I say hi to you yet, Jet? If not, hello and hello. Scout is taken. Welcome. Looks like a whole bunch of people jumped in here. Super appreciate it. And pawn jumpers recently. Hello. One of these days I'm going to learn that calling y'all pawn jumpers is like a massive slur, and I'm going to have to like shut down half of my live stream. No, I asked earlier because I was worried. It's just my cute little nickname for y'all. Isidore says, oh, that's a great line, but I have no idea what they're referencing. So I don't know if it's something I said or a video clip said or something that I can take credit for. Or maybe it was something that someone said in the SandBox. Jet saying Owen's right. He's been right on the issues for a long time. Bad Lefty is saying, sorry, Sandy, but reality is also anti-Semitic. Ooh. Yeah. Huh. Guess that one's a hard one to get around. Huh. Also saying, British police. Yeah, but do Muslims really count? Have a good dinner, Super Strike 9. People, I guess, responding to my cat that I put up there. Maybe. Well, somebody is referring to kitty cats. I don't think it's quite where I put up the image to cover, because that cartoon that was in the Times, I'm worried will actually get my channel in trouble. It was so bad. Bad Lefty has a 100 for something. Let's see. Welcome to the SandBox, Matthew W. Crates. Boom. It's like when it comes to somebody's name, I see letters and they just don't make sense to me. And often it's because, there's certain especially different cultural names and stuff. You know, CH may be pronounced differently, a J may be pronounced differently, different letter combinations are pronounced differently than what I'm used to, so it just jumbles up with my dyslexia, and it makes it impossible for me to be able to read names. Isidore says, the dyslexic battle? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, but that is me. Bad Lefty saying, what is a Hassan? Yeah. Hello, I get carried away. Welcome to SandBox. It's been a while. Not been doing great, but I'm making it through. Good to see you. Well, I hope things improve. And you also love the kitty blur. Yes, that was Frodo. This is Frodo. I have a ash pendant that I'm wearing right now that, yes, that cat was my anchor to this world. I loved him so, so much. Right here. This is an ash pendant of him that I have. That cat was my world. Hello, Morbius. Let's see. Bad Lefty, stupid sexy Hassan. You know what? I'm going to have a really hot take here. And it's not what you're expecting. I do not get why everyone thinks he is the perfection of handsome. I don't see it. I don't. I look at him and I think average. Like, I don't get it. But like, I've seen, there was a clip of him and he was traveling in Asia or something, and you know, people wanted to stop him and take pictures with him because he was just so good looking and stuff like that. And to me, he is just like, I don't connect it. I don't get what people are seeing. It doesn't click for me. Like, if I were to see someone that looks exactly like him walking down the street, I would not even, like, it's a complete nothing to me. Like, it's just, I don't know what it is. Like, I don't. Like, that's the thing when it comes to appearance. Not everyone is everyone's cup of tea, and that's okay. You know, it's good to have variety. It's good to have different people who like different looks and things of that sort. And, you know, I'm not one to talk because not too many people appreciate this. So it's, you know, beauty standards and stuff like that are impossible standards because they change from person to person. But yeah, I don't get it. Like, I wouldn't, like, personally, I just wouldn't. But everyone seems to think he's like the hottest person on the internet. Let's see. And this is where people are going to rage quit my channel now. Because I said Hassan wasn't the hottest person online. Okay, a lot of emojis I'm not sure what they are tied to. Isidore, Pirates of the Mediterranean, who were the Vandals? Mm-hmm. Well, Donald Trump does like saying he's a pirate, so it would only make sense that he supports other pirates. Let's see. Hello, Looney Tunes 9000. And have a good night, MIDI doctors. Have I said hi to you yet, Reference Frame? If not, hello, Reference Frame. Not really. Rachel Atwood also pointing out that there was a raid, so I super appreciate it from Rachel and Bad Lefty. It always helps me to know. Hello, Brendan Wood and Flow Snake. But Brendan Wood just showed up, not related to the raid, but at the same time. So yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Oops, jumped. Where was I? Where was I? I'm going to get down to where people are rage quitting because I'm like, Hassan isn't that hot. And it's like, I've had disagreements with you before, but this is the line. Ian Dix saying, I'm putting accomplished pawn jumper on my resume. Well, if you need a reference for it, I will confirm you are a pawn jumper. Somebody's just mentioning something about t-shirts. I suppose if I ever have merch, I should have a t-shirt that says, welcome pawn jumpers. And you all in the SandBox. And so I'd have to have t-shirts that have something to do with sandboxes on it. And then, of course, my logo with the light bulb and box and whatnot. But I think that there is interesting merch options available, like ideas out there for me. But I'm not doing merch. Like, seriously, there's only 8,000 people subscribed to my channel. I just, no. Maybe if I get to 800,000, I'll have merch. Oh, Matthew is saying that I pronounced it right. Okay, that's a first. Brendan Wood saying diversity is a good thing. Different boats, different floats, you know? Mm-hmm. The Wild West. Who are we talking about? Hassan Piker. Yeah, I think he's average. I do. I'm sorry. I don't get it. The way that people slobber all over him. I don't get it. But when it comes to like his political commentary and stuff like that, I definitely think it's improved over the years. That's for damn sure. Like he's amazing communicator now. Hello, Andrew Carter. Welcome to the SandBox. Drinking their cup of tea right now. Well, you see, nothing is my cup of tea because, again, you pawn jumpers aren't going like, I don't like tea. You pawn jumpers, I know. I probably just lost all of you. Yeah, I'm a coffee drinker. You see, my issue with tea is it's not that I dislike the flavors and stuff, it's that it only has a 15-minute drinkable window for me. So it's too hot, too hot, too hot. Okay, I can drink this, I can drink this, I can drink this. And then suddenly it drops below a certain temperature and it's gross. It is just gross. It doesn't matter what the tea was. It is gross. And you can't reheat tea. So I like to sip on drinks and take time with drinks. And I find I can't do that with tea. I just can't because it's only a 15-minute drinkable window. Whereas coffee, that is a continuous drinkable window for me. As soon as it's cool enough that it's not scorching my mouth, because I can go from hot to room temperature to iced coffee, and it's all good. I can drink coffee at any temperature that doesn't damage my mouth. Can't do that with tea. Let's see. Hello, Christy. Welcome to the Sandbox. Carrie, I get carried away saying I'm so happy you were able to have him with you. He was a good kitty. Yeah. Frodo was just my world. It's actually what I'm basing the relationship of in my book. Minuet and her kin Raphael, I'm actually basing their love on the love between me and my cat Frodo. Let's see. Looney Tunes, maybe if you work on the DYT video, you get a lot of subscribers. See, I'm going through a phase of doubt with it. I was mentioning this at the beginning of this live stream. Like, I've been putting good work into it, but it's always getting longer because Jenk and Anna just don't shut up. And I'm not a person that I can't not add something if it's relevant to a segment that I already have. So it keeps on expanding and expanding. But to me, it's like, well, that's a very valuable nugget to have in the commentary. So I have to add it. But I'm going through this phase of doubt right now. It's like, I'm doing it all wrong. This doesn't make any sense, that I'm not getting my point across, that it's going to fall flat, that nobody will watch it. And I've put like 1.5 years of work into it for nothing. And I've been going through that recently and it's not great. But for those of you who have at least seen sneak peeks, can you let me know if you think it's going to land? Because I'm getting really worried. Because I'm worried that I hyped it all up and then people are going to watch it and be like, well, that was shit. And that I'll actually lose subscribers versus get subscribers. Yeah, I'm in a weird headspace. Let's see. Ian Dick saying, he's not in the same league as that dreamy Doug Ford. Hello, Arius. Shit, there's not... No, I put the S at the end. Okay, I thought I might mix that up. Anyway, hello, welcome to Sandbox. Hello, Nadia Butt Chambers. He's hot, but I'm too old for him. Whoops, it jumped. Where was I? I'm just getting so caught up in the chit chat with the Sandbox, as is my normal. Let's see. Oh, there we go. The Wild West does not like coffee, and that lefty is giving the tear emoji, I think, over my comments over tea. Christy, there's lots of water in my coffee. But I'm the type of person, I drink caffeine nonstop all day. The ADHD thing, it helps keep me calm, believe it or not. This is me calm. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so as I've also told people earlier today, I am splitting this live stream into two because there is a lot of federal news to cover because the economic statement was released and it's pretty bad. So I'll be covering that tomorrow. Also, it might give you a lot of hopium to watch tomorrow at the end because I'm going to be covering Avi Lewis, who is a very different tone, is offering starkly different policies because somebody was saying, and I think it's in one of the tweets that I have of him, like Avi is now acting like the official opposition leader because, you know, Mark Carney the things that he's doing are things that Pierre Poilievre wants to do. So then Pierre Poilievre has to say, oh, well, he's cut taxes for a couple months. We're going to cut these taxes forever. So he has to go more extreme in the conservative neo-economics type thing because Mark Carney is so fucking conservative with everything. And so when the opposition leader bitches at him, he's just saying, you're not going far enough with the things that I want. Whereas Avi Lewis is actually saying things that are starkly different. Like just, you know, talking about socialism type stuff. And in the one thing that I have of him, it's almost a half-hour talk that he gave in response to the economic statement. He even talks about disabilities and how difficult it is for people to get the disability tax benefit and stuff. And like I had a whole bunch of clips from that talk, but I'm like, ah, screw it. We're just going to watch the whole thing. So there is a lot to cover tomorrow. But today we're going to be covering some provincial news, including how half of Alberta, more than half of Alberta was fucking doxxed. That should be a big story. If this is the first time you're hearing about it, that is a deficit in our media that you have not heard about it yet. Because one would think it's a really, really big story. It should be. Anyway. So I will be doing another live stream tomorrow. And I don't have any new paintings to show people because I've been working on them, but I'm doing them in bits and pieces because they're pride flags. And so I'm doing a whole bunch of pride flags. It's like, so all of these pride flags need yellow. So I'll do all of this yellow part on all of them and then all of the blue part and then all the black part and stuff. So I don't have any completed ones, but I have many works in progress right now. Let's see. Getting distracted. Anyway, why don't we get into provincial news? Provincial stuff. And we'll start with BC and Mark Carney. Mark Carney should just keep his damn mouth shut on certain things. But I can't say I'm surprised with this. So let's go back to this, and then I have to switch this to this. No, there, to this, to this. Yeah, there we go. That is the right screen that I want. And then I can close that other window, and you won't even see me closing it. There we go. Close that window. Boom. So, I forget. She changed her name recently, and I forget what her name was. But her name is not back on this app, and it's still hell. It's not her actual name. But she's a good follow on the hostile fart sauna known as Twitter. And so she says, who gives a fuck? That's why the judiciary is independent. Finally, this man shows his true colors. And she's quote tweeting this clip about Mark Carney on property rights in BC. So there were some Supreme Court rulings and stuff, and some Indigenous peoples had claimed right to have land rights to a certain area, and people were terrified. Oh no, I'm going to lose my home because, you know, the titles and stuff of that sort. Nobody has lost their fucking home. No one. The serfs have covered this a lot more in detail because they're in BC, so that helps. And Lance from the serfs is part Métis, so he's a little bit more aware of the topics going on over there. But yeah, there's all this right-wing uproar about like, oh no, people's homes are going to be taken away because land titles belong to a First Nation band. Nobody's home was taken away. But Mark Carney, yeah, showing his true colors and who he supports with this sort of thing. It's not the First Nation band that he supports. No. It's the property owners. Shocking that the former CEO of a bank would be more concerned about property rights than Indigenous rights.
thank my colleague for this important question. Private property rights are fundamental, and this government, indeed this House, will always protect them. This government fundamentally disagrees with the BC Supreme Court's decision on
So the federal government saying that they don't like the provincial government's ruling on this particular thing. And meanwhile, he keeps his mouth shut about, very blatantly wrong rulings happening across the country, but he feels the need to speak up on this. He won't say anything about Doug Ford literally changing the law so that he could stop the freedom of information. Won't say anything about that, but land titles going to a First Nation ban? He has to talk about that one.
We immediately appealed that decision alongside the government of BC, the city of Richmond, and other First Nations. We will always advance viable legal arguments to protect private property. Federal agreement.
Yeah, that's all it's about. Private property. They'll do everything to protect that. The people, not so much.
Agreements, including agreements about Aboriginal title, have always and will always protect private property. No modern treaty, negotiated agreement, or federal approach.
And the treaty wasn't made with Mark Carney. It was made with the Crown. So that is happening in BC. Now, on to Manitoba. So I was covering this earlier, but Wab Kinew is really leaning into this. He's massively leaning into this. And that is about making it so everyone has to give up their identity online if you want to use the internet. So it always starts small, and it always about, we need to protect the children. And he's been leaning into this over and over again. It's always very funny that he shuts off the comments for these. If you're going to say something and you're not going to like the comments, you do have the option of not reading those comments. But you shut the comments down when you're worried that people might explain what you're doing. And it might inform other people of oh, I guess this is why it would be a bad thing and maybe we shouldn't be doing it this way, huh? Yeah, so you shut the comments down when you don't want people to be informed, as well as, maybe you will get a lot of brutal racist hatred and stuff like that, but you can make the choice to not read your own comments. I don't. I glance over them. So when I get comments on a YouTube video, I do glance over the comments. And if I recognize a name, I'll pay attention to that comment. But and I also get basically zero engagement on Twitter, so it's not like I have comments to read. So it is what it is. But Tory is saying Wab Kinew closes comments because he knows he's selling out Canadians and doesn't want to be criticized. And he doesn't want other people to see those very valid criticisms. Wab is a class traitor, left wing of fascism, big brother sellout to surveillance capitalism. We should push back against you, Wab. And so this is the video with comments off. So he says, and he is the Premier of Manitoba, NDP Premier of Manitoba. And I definitely have my critiques of him. He's still one of the better premiers, but oh man, the fucking shit that he's doing that is not NDP based. Hits a hard line with me. Saying how upset he was over Charlie Kirk getting assassinated when he says dick all about the children in Gaza. That's a cutoff for me. And so here's another thing that I'm also vehemently against, and that is trying to ban social media for kids under 16. And it's I get why you would want to do that. But the problem is that their solution is we're going to ban it and make it so every Canadian has to give their personal identification in order to access websites, versus maybe actually going after the social media companies and taking them to task, making it so their content isn't so addictive, making changes to the algorithms, restricting certain content from their platforms and all this sort of stuff. No, they never go after the social media companies. They just do this as a way for all of us to have to give up our ID. And so he says banning social media and AI chatbots is about protecting kids 16 and under. There are better ways to do that. Also, better parenting. That would help. Let's push back in the name of mental health, in the name of protecting children. We're putting the responsibility where it belongs, on big tech, not on parents and not our kids. But you're not doing that. You're not. Childhood should be about growing up and living a good, safe life, not being used for profit.
Just to be clear, like, this is about protecting our kids from damage to their mental health that's being caused by a class of tech billionaires who don't care about the rest of us. All the enforcement will be directed towards the big tech platforms, not towards the child, not towards the parents. We should not be feeding our children's data to Sam Altman so he can make another $1 billion.
Yeah, we shouldn't be feeding our children's data to these people, but all the adults, our data should be fed into these social media companies.
Or to Elon Musk so he can add to the big stack of money he's already slimming in. Let's push back in the name of sanity and in the name of mental health and in the name of protecting children.
Yeah. Then actually push back against them as opposed to doing what you're doing. And another one, because again, Wob is really leaning into this in a big way. More locked tweets about using, and this is from Hanner on Twitter. I don't know who they are, but more locked tweets about using your kids as pawns to push for age verification and digital ID. No mention of actually holding big tech accountable. Meta and OpenAI have been lobbying for age verification to the tune of billions of dollars. Sure sounds like they're against it. Yeah. I might get in trouble on Twitter and many of my social media accounts because I do not have accurate birth dates in any of them. It's like, I don't even know what my birth date is in Google because I didn't put my actual birth date. I don't have it on my Sandy Lovis account. I put in a birth date to my LeftoftheBox account so that I wouldn't get age restricted on important stories. Not accurate. Like, oh no, they're going to make me consistently confirm my age? I don't think so. And my birthday? Ain't none of you know what my birthday it is. Because I've never mentioned it on here. For reasons I don't like celebrating it. Anyway. Let's focus on the story as opposed to my ADHD. So Wob says in this very separate tweet, but very similar, the internet promised to empower people. Instead, it concentrated power and pushed the cost onto our kids, anxiety, depression, self-doubt. Our kids shouldn't be products and their attention shouldn't be commodified. It's time to hold big tech accountable, not parents, not kids. This is about protecting kids and taking back control over blah, blah, blah. Again, you have to go after the social media companies and getting them to fix the algorithms that exacerbate this in children. It's about getting rid of AI so people aren't having relationships with AI chatbots and that they're not learning their social mannerism from AI chatbots, which is becoming a very scary reality for the younger generations. I'm very anti-AI, but you all know that. You all know that.
But when the internet first came out, and yes, I'm old enough to remember when the internet first came out, the promise was like the internet is going to democratize everything. It's going to make everything free. It's going to make society better. Everyone's going to have perfect access to information, and it's going to like make the average person have so much more power in our society. And now the exact opposite has happened. We have the unprecedented concentration of wealth and power in the hands of a few American tech bros, basically. And the rest of us are dealing with the anxiety, the depression, the body shaming, the self-doubt, the self-esteem, and we're seeing our kids suffer and in some cases self-harm as a result of what was supposed to be a transformatively democratic technology. This is just part of a broader societal conversation about how we can take back control over our digital lives and privacy.
So we can also start by teaching people how to parent. You know, changing, like, that's the thing. This isn't an easy fix. There's a lot of things in society that needs to change to help support people and support children, and you know, for kids to cut back on bullying and to have all these disorders and stuff. Like, there's a lot to do with the media and how the media portrays people and all this sort of stuff. You're not going to fix that by banning social media to children. And children sometimes need that social media as an outlet, as a way to find other people similar to them, especially if they're queer or something of that sort, and they want to find communities. Like, there are good things about social media that suddenly these kids will be denied access to. And then adults, I've talked about it on this channel, many other channels have talked about it, how problematic it is to have to use like a government ID in order to log on because not everyone has it. And then it would restrict certain things, or it might use like AI algorithms to determine how old you are. And if it thinks that you're too young, then it's going to force you to give your ID out. And once your ID is out there, it's in a hackable database, which we're about to talk about in Alberta. So it's bad on so many levels that it is a massive infringement on our privacy. When there are other ways that we should be helping children have healthy lives, like healthy socially and physically and all that sort of stuff. And of course, that's just the start. And so this person says liberals are turning more and more authoritarian because they are keen on building surveillance state while you all bow to Carney. And this is a Toronto Star article I cannot read due to paywall. It says, any social media ban for kids must be a national in scope, culture minister says. That's how it always starts. It starts provincially with some things. You know, that happened with like marijuana and gay marriage. It started provincially and then suddenly it goes federal. This type of identification is not going to be restricted to Manitoba. It will be expanded in a heartbeat because the neoliberals and the capitalistic rulers of this country and stuff, they love the idea of everyone having to give up their privacy in order to be online and to have our IDs so that they can then program their algorithms to better advertise to us, which is useless in my case for reasons of blockers, where we are the product. Anyway, on to the big fucking massive story that should really be getting more headlines. If this is the first time you're hearing about it, the media has failed. In Alberta, scoop. Elections Alberta investigating separatists for accessing electoral list. An elections watchdog investigator showed up with police on April 29th, launch of David Parker's Centurion project to follow up on a cease and desist letter. So, an Elections Alberta official showed up. Okay, yeah, we just read that. Oh, no, it's different. Okay, so an Elections Alberta official showed up to the launch of David Parker's new separatist scheme with several Edmonton cops to inform them that the group they're under investigation for allegedly accessing the province's list of electors. Only official political parties, MLAs, constituencies, associations, and candidates are permitted to obtain the list, which includes voters' names, addresses, phone numbers, and voter registration numbers. Parker launched the Centurion project on Wednesday at Edmonton Oilfield Technical Society in the city's Deep South, which I attended. There is a Deep South in Canada, and it is Alberta. Minutes after Parker finished speaking, Elections Alberta and the Edmonton Police Service arrived. I happened to be outside for fresh air, pondering the privacy implications of what Parker had just unveiled. At this point, there's a concern that your organization is in the possession of and using the list of electors. Elections Alberta investigator Ryan Tebb told Tim Hoven, a disqualified 2023 UCP candidate and separatist who also spoke at Wednesday's event. A separatist organization in Alberta got their hands on the electoral list. That is the names, addresses, and phone numbers and voter registration numbers of more than half the population of Alberta. And they put it into a searchable list. Teb said the elections watchdog has reason to believe the organization had built a database of voters from the electors list and will be commencing an investigation. The investigator told Hoven that the Chief Electoral Office, Gordon McClure, emailed a cease and desist letter to one of the Centurion Project's listed directors, Jordan Parker, on April 28th. It's unclear whether Jordan is related to... Okay, who cares? So I'm going to toss this article into the SandBox from the Orchard so you can finish reading that if you like, but we have some videos on it, which is much easier on my voice. But just again, this is the person who broke the story. So that's Jeremy Apple of the Orchard. So he's the one who broke the story. Let's see. So Rachel Gilmore, fantastic independent journalist here in Canada, has also been like, what the fuck just happened? And she has an excellent video on it. And while it's playing, I'm going to go get another drink. And I will be back shortly. And this video is over 7 minutes long, but it's so fucking important that we talk about this because people need to know this happened.
The separatists in Alberta have apparently published a searchable database providing the private information, including names and addresses of almost 3 million people in Alberta. Holy fucking shit. For context, the entire population of Alberta is a little over 5 million, like including babies and stuff. So this is a searchable database of the personal information of more than half of all of the people who live in Alberta. This is a very, 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 very big deal. But before I say anything else, the most important thing to know is that a judge has already granted an injunction forcing this group, which is called the Centurion Project, to pull down the information. After the Council for Elections Alberta, Joey Redmond, told the court that the electoral list contains, quote, incredibly confidential information. I got my hands on the audio of that court hearing, and while I can't play it for you, I can definitely tell you some details about this. I also want to give a huge shout out to the independent journalist Jeremy Appel, who first broke this story for his publication, The Orchard. After he witnessed an Elections Alberta official show up to the launch of the Centurion Project, which he was covering, to tell the group that they're under investigation for allegedly accessing the province's list of electors. You can also see footage of this interaction posted by the account Michaela Resists on TikTok. Anyway, as Jeremy wrote, only official political parties, MLAs, constituency associations, and candidates are permitted to obtain the list of electors.
I once received a local list of electors when I was trying to run for office. And there's certain things that you have to sign and do and, you know, promise to delete all information and stuff afterwards and blah, 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 blah. But the idea that a separatist organization could get this information and compile it into a searchable database is just bonkers. Like, it is so wild. Like, it just... so much can go wrong there.
That is for a very good reason, because it contains some seriously private information, including voters' names, addresses, phone numbers, and voter registration numbers. So there are also very strict rules about how you can use that information. But the Centurion Project apparently, allegedly, turned this information into a searchable database for the purposes of recruiting people into the separatist cause. Never mind taking like half a second to think about whether one of those 3 million Albertans is hiding from an abusive partner, or being stalked, or otherwise has safety concerns that make them vulnerable if their address is available to anyone who signed up for this project. So,
political commentators on YouTube, like just anyone, like this is such a violation of people's privacy. And you know, they say that they took it down, but what if people copied this? Like, that information is out there.
Yeah, this story is absolutely batshit. But how did it happen? Well, the court audio helps to paint this picture. See, 3 days ago, a video was posted on YouTube that walked through the Pro-Separatism Centurion Project's database. In this example video, they looked up and displayed the personal information of former Alberta Premier Rachel Notley. Another reason being a woman in public life fucking rules. Anyway, that database they were showing on screen in the video showed people's names, addresses, and the polling station where they'd cast their vote in a general election. And that information is generally not publicly available. But you know where it is available? On the list of electors. Uh-oh. So all anyone had to do to have access to that searchable database was sign up. And in case you were wondering how much they were vetting those signups, the Elections Alberta guy was able to quickly sign up with an email and gain access. So that got me wondering who else was able to access this database before it was taken down. This database that had a search bar, which you could then use to find the home address for more than half of the population of Alberta.
All that information has been downloaded. Other people have downloaded it. That information is out there. Like, it is wild that this was allowed to happen. And there needs to be some fucking consequences with this.
Anyway, to try to confirm that this database was built off of the electors' lists, the Elections Alberta folks actually did something really cool. See, they can create something called salted names, which are fake names on the electoral list.
This is actually really cool. I didn't know about this, but it is like some spy level stuff put into electorals list that I thought was like, huh, that's pretty sharp.
My understanding from the court audio is that there are different salted names on every electoral list. So if the data is leaked, those names can be used to trace it back to the source who was given the list and then improperly shared or accidentally shared that data. So
That's pretty sneaky. So every time they hand out the list to different political organizations, they put in some fake names, but they're different on each one. So yeah, if that list just shows up, they can narrow it down to where that list came from, like who leaked it, who accidentally or purposely. Like, that's a pretty clever move.
Investigator from Elections Alberta made a program, which is wild. Someone was able to access this database and create an entire program to search it. Should be fine. But yeah, this guy made the program to search the database for those salted names, and after running it for a whole afternoon, really hope no one else did that, got a list of 87 salted names. He did all this yesterday. The Elections Alberta Council told the court that, quote, through that process, the chief electoral officer was able to identify with a high degree of certainty the source of the list of electors that was used to populate the Centurion Project's database.
Wait for the name of the party. You would never imagine which party leaked this.
He said, quote, the list that is on the Centurion Project's database was provided to the Republican Party of Alberta in and around June of 2025. And
yes, there is a Republican Party of Alberta. Can't say I'm shocked that that's where the list was leaked from. The Republican Party of Alberta.
While that isn't the most current version of the list of electors, it is very current. Like, unless you've moved since June of 2025, if you're a registered voter in Alberta, your address was on that database, which, thank God, because of that.
Not to mention, people move these days, their phone number stays the same. So they would still have access to your phone number, even if you did move.
That injunction is already down. But to summarize everything I just said, the evidence suggests that the list of electors that was published on the Centurion Project's website was the list that also just happened to be provided to the separatist Republican Party of Alberta. Now, the Elections Alberta lawyer couldn't say for a fact how that list ended up in the hands of the Centurion Project, because it could have been left on a table and someone grabbed it. But we do know that David Parker, the guy who launched the Centurion Project, Parker, by the way, previously helped put down Danielle Smith in power. The Alberta premier actually attended his wedding in 2023, but she publicly distanced herself from him in 2024 when he made comments about Poilievre's dating history and marriage. Parker also posts stuff like this. Great guy to have access to a searchable database of more than half of the population of Alberta's addresses. Anyway.
Yep. You can just target in on queer folks. They like showing pictures of burning pride flags, and yeah, what could go wrong with a group of people like that having access to everyone's phone numbers and addresses and stuff? Like, clearly you can just, if there's anybody in Alberta that you don't like because maybe they're part of a pride group, or you know that they're just gay or something of that sort, you could then search that database and find out where they live, their phone number. Heads need to roll for this.
He previously told the Globe and Mail that he, quote, licensed the data, but he, quote, would not disclose the vendor, saying it was under a non-disclosure agreement. The Globe story later adds that, quote, the data, he said, was compiled from a collection of sources and cost $45,000. The leader of the Republican Party of Alberta, Cam Davies, also told the Globe that his organization had, quote, provided the list of electors to a number of vendors to use for authorized purposes. The story adds that Davies said his party has, quote, contacted those vendors to determine if the list leaked or had been misused. I have contacted both David Parker and Cam Davies for comment and will update if I hear back. But this story is a very big deal because while to date all there's been is this ongoing investigation and an injunction granted, so anything beyond that has not been tested in court. But just as some general context, here are the offenses and punishments related to misusing elector lists. Quote, Section 163 of the Election Act of Alberta makes it an offense for a person to use information obtained from the register of electors for a purpose other than for conducting general elections, by-elections, referendums, and plebiscites, for compiling or revising lists or registers of electors under the authority of the Election Act, the Canada Elections Act, and the Local Authorities Election Act, and for contravening the restrictions placed on the use of voter information authorized for registered political parties, constituency associations, MLAs, candidates, and election officers. The penalty for any of these offenses is a fine of not more than $100,000 or imprisonment for a term of not more than 1 year or to a fine and imprisonment. So yeah, pretty big story today. I also want to give a shout out to the viewer who sent me an email letting me know about this story today. You know who you are. Thank you so much.
Okay, and here I have another article on this. This is from CBC News. RCMP Elections Alberta investigates Centurion Project separatist group. So yeah, important stuff to get out there.
Well, firstly, I would like to welcome you into my home. Apparently everyone in Alberta now knows where it is.
This political writer...
You could literally just be out there. Find someone you think is hot, find out what their name is, then you could go onto this list and stalk them. Again, this is beyond problematic. The access that anyone who signed up for this group could get, like, it is mind-blowing how dangerous this is. And it's like, oh yeah, there are some penalties and stuff. This can lead to lifetimes of harassment for some people. Like, wow, this is so bad.
Knows how sensitive voter information could be used. That's why she says she flagged Elections Alberta weeks ago about a leaked list containing millions of Albertans' full names.
Weeks ago. This was out for weeks? Oh, that information got copied.
Addresses, and voting areas, all posted online by a group promoting Alberta separatism. Elections Alberta told her the evidence was compelling but didn't give reasonable grounds to allow an investigation.
If you think it's possible through compelling evidence that a crime may have been committed, you don't then not investigate that potential crime because maybe it's possible that a crime wasn't committed. This didn't make any sense to me.
But Elections Alberta and the RCMP are now investigating her exact concern.
We have
reason to believe you were using that list.
On Wednesday, Elections Alberta, flanked by Edmonton police, served a cease and desist letter to the Centurion Project, the group that posted the list online. They pulled it down after a court order. Court heard the list originated from a registered political party which had obtained it legitimately. In a response to CBC News, Elections Alberta did not acknowledge Gerson's earlier complaint. Instead, it pointed to a change in provincial law which raised the bar for investigations. In a statement, Alberta...
What? You're not going to tell me that this is another case of how premiers changed the law to suit their agenda?
Alberta Premier Danielle Smith acknowledged the leak, noting those responsible should be held accountable under the law. Elections Alberta says once it provides voter lists to authorized parties, it cannot control access to that information, but cybersecurity experts say that's not enough.
They have a responsibility and a duty to protect that information and should have ensured that they deployed the highest level of cybersecurity protocols and mechanisms in place and actively monitored it.
Now that the data is out there, he says there's no going back and hopes this is a wake-up call for organizations, especially governments, to rethink how they share personal information. Sam Sampson, CBC News.
Okay, and back to this one. And so I have another video on this. Again, just more information, more perspective, but this is a TikToker. I've shown her videos before a while ago. It's been a while since I've shown one. And she's from Alberta. And so she often talks shit about Danielle Smith, who she calls Danny. She released a video on this as well, because guess what? Her information is out there for people to find and harass her now if they so choose. Like, ugh. I can't imagine, like, as somebody who's public, having my information out there like that. All the vulnerable people with their names, like people who are hiding from ex-partners or abusive situations, and people who have maybe just, moved on with their life and don't want past people to know. And it's just so bad. So Bev had tweeted out this TikTok video saying, "You can't tell me it's not all related. Separatist group somehow gets hold of electoral list. The thought is the Republican Party of Alberta, which is the first fucking flag, gave them the list." And so this is Lisa B on TikTok, her video.
You can't tell me that it's not all related. Separatist group somehow gets a hold of electoral lists. The thought is that the Republican Party of Alberta, which was the first fucking red flag, gave them the list. Forget that David Parker used to be besties with Danny. Forget that Cam Davies, the leader of the Republican Party of Alberta, left the UCP in a blaze of glory because the Republican Party of Alberta is pro-separation. Duh. And David Parker, clearly pro-separation. That the two of them would be in cahoots. That's not what I'm actually talking about. See, here's the thing. Elections Alberta actually got a tip that electoral lists were being shared amongst undesirables a month ago. And
it was out there for a month, for weeks. You can't tell me that list wasn't copied dozens of times over.
when the complaint went to Elections Alberta, they looked at it, said there were insufficient grounds, and it went nowhere. They knew about it a month ago. Do we get mad at Elections Alberta? No, we do not. Why Elections Alberta had to look at it and say thanks? Can't do anything. Because Mickey Amory changed the legislation, the Election Statutes Amendment Act, to make it more difficult for investigations to occur.
Yep. Case of the government changing the laws to suit their agenda.
Up there! Elections Alberta now needs reasonable grounds, as opposed to being able to just look at what was being brought forward to decipher whether there was a violation or not. That's the new language. That was the old language. This is why words are important. Reasonable grounds. We're not talking about criminal court, Mickey. We're not talking about getting a search warrant and requiring reasonable grounds. If somebody brings something forward Elections Alberta used to be able to just look into it to decide whether there was a violation or not. But you, Mickey, made it more difficult for that process to occur. And then fast forward, some of your ex-buddies, or not so ex-buddies as the case may be, right, Mickey? Do some shenaniganeries. Somebody gets wind of it, tries to report it to Elections Alberta, which is the process. And Elections Alberta's hands are tied.
That's so fucking connected. That's not a coincidence at all. Our government should not be allowed to change laws so that they can break laws, so that they can do things like leak everyone's personal information and allow it to be out there for weeks. There used to be this idea that there were checks in the government for this type of behavior. No, turns out there isn't. And who violates it the most? Conservatives. Provincial, federal, they do it the most. Liberals are a second placeholder to that. I wouldn't say a close second, but not that far off. They also like to write laws that allow them to break laws. Just look at Mark Carney's government right now with Bill C-5.
Isn't that fucking convenient? I do not understand when the people who are voting for the UCP and support Danny and her fucking minions of terror are going to look around and finally say, these people are corrupt. Because it doesn't matter who you voted for. Let me put it to you this way, UCP supporters. What if somewhere, somehow, all of us Antifas were able to access your information? Would you be okay with that? No, you would not. But because Mickey...
Well, technically, that's what they got. Because Antifas could have signed up to that, and they could have gotten all the UCP voter information. They're just as much at risk as we are, only that's not generally the style on the left sort of thing.
By virtue, Danny, are changing and tweaking all sorts of rules and regulations work in their favor. What would you do if the shoe were on the other foot? You'd be fucking outraged. And you should be outraged now. You cannot tell me this doesn't all work together. Bunch of fucking traitorous, corrupt monsters. And because Mickey changed legislation to get himself out of jail, this has gone way past right or the left. We have entered the fucking twilight zone of politics. Like, this is the shit that people 50 years from now are gonna read in textbooks of the atrocities that are happening in Alberta under a corrupt and fascist government. You think I'm fucking exaggerating?
It's not just Alberta, it's also Ontario and the federal government. It's all of it. It's all of it. It's our entire political system right now, where if there's ever any sense, given back to the world, they're going to look back at all Western governments and be like, so there was just like lead vapor in the air to cause all of this that they hadn't detected yet. They're just breathing in lead vapor all the time. That's what happened. There was a calamity that nobody knew about, and they hadn't found a way to detect it yet. But now that we've detected it, we've cleaned out the air, so people aren't inhaling lead vapor all the time. So our governments are no longer this stupid.
I know I can be dramatic. This is not one of those times. Don't worry, because Danny is aware and believes that protecting the personal information of Albertans is of the utmost importance. And those responsible should be held accountable under the law. Except when your justice minister changes the law so that he's exempt from any type of punishment, you are the problem. Can't fucking tell me this wasn't the plan.
Okay, yeah. I feel so bad for the people in Alberta because so many innocent, vulnerable people out there potentially have their lives ruined because that information is out there. It's out there now. To dox more than half a province. I can't actually whistle. So, moving on to one of the other states in Canada that really, really stuck. And I mean like a political state, not a United States state thing. It's a political state of a provincial nature. Ontario. So there was that thing about the jet, Doug Ford wanted to buy, and then people found out, called it the gravy plane, and then he's like, okay, we're selling it back at the original price and blah, 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 blah. Well, Colin DeMello from Global News is like, not so sure that's what happened. So he says, the Ontario Liberals have now also written to the Auditor General asking for special audit into Ford government's purchase of a jet. 1 week after selling the jet to Bombardier, the government has yet to provide purchase sales docs. Do you know what would help to get that information? If there was like a freedom of information thing available to people so that they could request this information and get it. That would be super helpful in finding out the details of this back and forth purchase of this jet, luxury jet that Doug Ford wanted. If only there was let's make it an acronym and call it an FOI, a Freedom of Information Act. Yeah, that would be super helpful. Also, this doesn't look connected, but it's connected. So, Doug Ford regularly worked from home after ordering civil servants back to work. Now, the reason why it's connected is, as they say in this video, they were able to find out this information through Freedom of Information.
At the same time he had ordered Ontario's public servants back to the office, Premier Doug Ford was regularly working from home. A copy of the Premier's itinerary obtained by Global News through a Freedom of Information request shows that over the first 5 weeks of January, Ford took meetings at his Etobicoke home 9 different days. The president of a union representing thousands of civil servants says the Premier is showing exactly why workers should be allowed to work from home.
Even when you're at the senior most levels, there's always an opportunity where virtual work and its flexibility will be, useful to you, and that I think transcends right to the Premier.
Ford's office says the Premier was working from his home riding because the legislature was not in session.
Cancel. Hey, where's the little? Do I have to hit escape? There we go. There we go. Yes, so that was found out through a Freedom of Information. So, yeah, I believe everyone's more productive when they're at work, Ford said in August 2025. How do you mentor someone over the phone? You can't. You got to look at them in the eye to eye, or at the water cooler. Yes, yes. Do as I dictate, not as I do, says Doug Ford. Caroline Mulroney, the president of the Treasury Board, backed the sentiment, saying returning to work 5 days a week represents the current workforce landscape. And so tomorrow I'm going to be talking about a similar thing to this, with the federal government demanding workers go back to the office full time. There's so many things wrong with this idea. Some people work better from home. It allows you to have a life. It allows you to maybe be with a baby, your pets in an environment that is compatible with you, especially if you're neurodivergent. It reduces travel. It reduces the amount of illness that gets spread around. Forcing people into crammed environments and forcing them to interact is not always a good thing. Like with me, I know personally, it's bad. It's bad. Forcing me to interact with people I do not get along with never ends well. So it should be an option to be able to work from home in jobs where it makes sense that you can work from home. It's not for everyone. Some people prefer to go into the office, but for those who prefer to stay at home, they should only be forced to go into an office when it's absolutely necessary. So over the first month that civil servants were mandated back full-time to work. However, Ford regularly worked remotely. So on January 14th, for example, the Premier headed to an event held by Dairy Farmers of Ontario, downtown Toronto, where he took a daily issues and media update meeting over Microsoft Teams. He then met with Housing Minister over Microsoft Teams and spoke to the governor of Kansas online around 4:30. The rest of the day was marked as personal and private. Dave Blummer, president of this, representing thousands of civil servants, said Ford had shown why civil servants should be able to work from home. I think he's demonstrating exactly what my members did successfully for 3.5 years, which was to work 2 out of 5 days from a remote location, he told Global News. And of course, a lot of this has to do with empty buildings and corporate landlords not getting money because, not much office space needed to be rented. And if only we had a government bold enough to be like, you know what, let's have people work from home and have like multi-purpose offices. So offices that people share when they absolutely need to get into an office. And then those empty office buildings, let's expropriate them and make them into socialized housing. That would be the dream. Anyway, I don't need to go through the rest of this. It just, super frustrating. But it's happening already. So the FOI law went through so that Doug Ford could hide his phone records and made it retroactive. So things that were in the process of already being uncovered, information that people were looking forward to, all of it gone. So Collins Mello says FOI cancellation notices have already started going out just 1 week after Bill 97, which made retroactive changes to Freedom of Information laws, took effect. Ontario's Information and Privacy Commissioner says dozens of cases may be impacted.
Less than a week after the Ford government's FOI changes took effect, and the impact has been immediate. Cancellation notices have already been going out, impacting access to sensitive government records. And Ontario's Information and Privacy Commissioner expects more to come.
And to date, we've identified dozens of cases that are and may be impacted by these new provisions. That's just the tip of the iceberg, Colin, because we, of course, only see appeals. There are many, many more cases at the request stage that will likely be turned away as a result of this new provision.
One news outlet said its request for Greenbelt documents, which was greenlit before the changes took effect, have now been ruled out of bounds.
All the corruption, all the fraud, everything. He now gets to sweep under the rug. He gets to hide that information. There is no way the Premier should have been able to write a law that allows them to do this. This blatant, unconstitutional move. Like, we have a right to know what our government is doing. There is no way government should be able to write laws that allow them to break laws.
But the biggest request surrounding Premier Doug Ford's cell phone records is still up in the air. The Premier lost a court challenge, compelling him to release those phone logs to...
So this, again, Global News went after him for his phone records. The court ruled that Doug Ford had to turn them over. Even then he didn't. And then he wrote the law, which allows to go retroactive, which means all of those phone records are now... He doesn't have to hand them over, despite a court already saying he had to. Like, he was in contempt of court the moment he didn't hand those records over. And nothing happened to him. He faced no fucking consequences for it.
The Information and Privacy Commissioner. The government tried to appeal before neutralizing the fight altogether with retroactive FOI changes.
We have not received any direct communications by the other parties or, in fact, by the court itself. And so what happens next is still a little bit of a question mark.
Other individuals looking for those records believe the FOI overhaul is directly linked.
Premier Ford made a number of comments at a press conference that he was quite upset about it. He was upset about.
That's Paul Champ? Huh. Doesn't look anything like I imagined. Sorry, I know his Twitter account, but it doesn't have a picture of him. I didn't think he looked like that. That's all.
The judgment, and he thought it was wrong, and it's pretty clear that this new bill restricting access or prohibiting or preventing disclosure of any records in the Premier's office or other ministers' offices is connected to that case.
Now, one democracy advocacy group says it's planning to challenge the law in court.
The issue of the government applying the changes retroactively back to 1988, which in effect overturns binding court orders that have been issued, we think raises constitutional issues as well.
Making this an issue that could haunt the Ford government for months, if not years. At Queen's Park, Colin DeMello, Global News.
So, just pointing out, TDA resident pointing out that there have been similar things to government officials doing this sort of thing, and they actually went to jail when it was a Liberal government, this sort of thing. And Doug Ford is doing this times 1,000. There needs to be accountability here. So T-Dot resident is just saying if the laws were applied consistently to his government versus McGuinty, his staff would be in jail for destroying these records. And so Shaiban, I don't know how to say her name, I'm sorry. I asked the Premier about the Trillium and Ontarians being denied access to Greenbelt files and the new Freedom of Information changes. Doug Ford says that was a long time ago and he's moving forward. Yes, now that I've written the laws to allow me to not disclose all this sensitive information about the fraud I'm committing, let's just move forward.
Documents related to the Greenbelt are not going to be released. Why should the people of Ontario not have access to that information?
Well, we've cooperated. Anything that they need, we've sent over. But
you literally did not. The court ruled you had to hand over your phone records and you didn't. You were in contempt of court. That's not cooperating.
As far as I'm concerned, that's quite a ways ago, a long time ago. We're moving forward. We're going to focus on the economy. And
that was this year that the court ruled that he needed to hand it those. And we're in May. Just started May.
The jobs, and that's what people are concerned about. The uncertainty right now that Donald Trump has created, not just here, but around the world, as we'll be talking to our friends from 15 different countries. So that's what we're going to focus.
Anyway, for those who don't know, this is from 2018. And this is the thing about Delta McGuinty, his Liberal Party that I was just mentioning. So former top Ontarian Liberal aide sentenced to 4 months in jail for role in gas plant scandal. David Livingston was chief staff for former Premier Delta McGuinty. So a top aide was sentenced Wednesday to 4 months in jail for his role in wiping government computers after the Liberal cancelled 2 gas-fired power plants in 2011. David Livingston, McGuinty's chief of staff, was also sentenced to 12 months probation in order to complete 100 hours of community service. He was found guilty on 1 count of unauthorized use of a computer and 1 count of attempting to commit mischief to data in January. The latter charge, however, was stayed in February. So that's just some of the brief cold notes about it. But if we scroll down, well, somebody's saying his conduct was egregious. So the document destruction occurred against the express warnings from alarmed senior bureaucrats and amid deception by Livingston as to his real intentions, Lipson noted. If Doug Ford destroys those records, so much crime he has gotten away with, so much fraud, so much things people would be outraged over. But anyway, let's scroll down a bit. So again, this article is from 2018. Look at this. Ontario Progressive Conservative leader Doug Ford sent out an email following the sentencing. He said the saga is evidence that the Liberals have no respect for the taxpayer dollar. The Liberals put $1.1 billion of your money into a gas plant project, then they canceled it during the election. We know why, it's obvious. They did it for votes, the email said before soliciting donations to Ford campaign. Yeah, that changed. Anyway, on to the Trillium. And they're upset about this too because they were on the verge of getting a whole bunch of Greenbelt documents that would have shown probably a lot of fraud had happened. So Ford government's FOI changes block release of 219 Greenbelt investment opportunity meeting records. One email chain among hundreds of records being withheld from the Trillium concerns meeting between Mr. X and Minister David Pincini about land that was later removed from the Greenbelt. Not going to read the full article, it's pretty long, so we're just going to skim through parts of it. The Ford government's weakening provincial freedom of information regime has cut off public access to hundreds of records about the Greenbelt scandal that were about to be released to the Trillium. We were about to find out a whole bunch of fraud. There's no way Doug Ford should have been allowed to do this. Doug Ford's Progressive Conservatives passed legislation last week to end the public's, the FOI stuff. Let's see. The bill received royal assent on Friday, making the changes law. The Trillium was in the final stage of request for documents concerning meetings between Greenbelt developers, lobbyists, and staff in the office of then Minister Steve Clark. In November 2022, Clark, then the housing minister, announced that the province would remove the Greenbelt's environmental protections from 15 parcels of lands to allow them to be developed for housing. The following September, Premier Doug Ford apologized and reversed course after media watchdog reports found well-connected developers improperly influenced the decision and stood to gain estimated $8.3 billion from land use changes. The gas plant was $1.1 billion scandal. This is an $8.3 billion scandal. In August 2023, Ontario's Auditor General wrote her scathing report on the Greenbelt removals that political staffers may have broken the law by giving preferential treatment to lobbyists, including by setting up investment opportunity meetings with them. Since then, the Trillium has been seeking records concerning those meetings, calendar invites, and other types of information. It dragged on for years. The RCMP began investigating the Greenbelt affair. Let's see. So the records were whittled down. So after the request of records, they were whittled down to 219 related to meetings that concerned a specific project or property or had defined purpose or where a specific investment opportunity was or could have been requested. The records were prepared for release and partially redacted to third parties, the lobbyists, developers, and other mentions in the records were given 30 days to appeal to block their release. None did, and their window to appeal closed more than a week before the door shut on the Trillium. The final days before the Ford government passed its FOI's restriction, the Trillium's calls and emails to civil servants in charge of the files went unanswered. The Trillium is pursuing an appeal. So I'm just going to toss this into the SandBox for people. Was there something else in this? Okay, yeah. But hopefully there will be some pushback on this. So group preparing legal challenge to Ford government freedom of information clampdown. And this is from Global News. An advocacy group is planning to file constitutional challenge to Ontario's Freedom of Information clampdown, arguing it breaches the right of voters to be informed for a meaningful debate about public issues. Now, this will go to the courts, which is a good thing because they have the tendency to rule in the correct way. Whereas the federal government, if they had anything to say about it, they do dick all because they want to do the same thing. When it comes to the Conservatives destroying the provinces, we can't look at the federal government to save us. The Mark Carney government is just as in on all of the neoliberal, the capitalism, the banker economics, ballroom economics, whatever you want to call it. They're in it just as much as the Conservatives. They won't save us from the destruction that Doug Ford is doing. So, Democracy Watch, a nonprofit citizen group based in Ottawa, announced Thursday it is working to file a challenge to the transparency clampdown included in the Ford government 2026 budget. It tried and failed to obtain an injunction last week before the bill received royal assent and became law. That happened literally in a 24-hour period. Like, as soon as it was voted on, they skipped committees, they skipped hearings, they skipped witnesses, they pushed all that aside. They voted on it at like midnight and then had the Attorney General sign off on it as law the very next morning. The Supreme Court of Canada has ruled in a few different cases that voters have a right to disclosure of government information, that voters need to have meaningful debate about public issues, including the conduct of government officials, politicians, and government institutions, co-founder Duff Cockner told Global News. So that's the main basis of the court case. And so, yeah, I think there should be meaningful debate about the corruption and fraud that's happening around the Green Belt and a multitude of other things like Doug Ford's cell phones and so on and so far. Whatever, that's not how you say the phrase. The changes Democracy Watch is looking to challenge were tucked inside the budget and passed into law using a night sitting of the legislature and bypassing normal committee process, which we already know. Okay. And more things where FOIs would eventually have been handy for, which we now can't use, is again, Ontario says it won't take over all of the Toronto Islands despite tabling legislation saying it can. No. Look, I know we're passing the legislation that says that we totally can take all the islands in Toronto, but we're not gonna. Don't be worried by the fact that we. Yeah, don't be worried by the fact that we. Maybe I should put that on mute. Don't worry about the fact that we totally made it so that we can do all of these things. You have to trust us that even though we put in the parameters that we can, that we're not gonna. It's just there. But we're not gonna, huh? You believe us, right? We're so trustworthy, huh? So the province says it will work with city to use only land needed to expand the island airport. The province says it will not take over the entirety of Toronto Islands despite the language of its proposed legislation. The Office of Transportation Minister says the province will work with the City of Toronto to only use land needed to expand Billy Bishop Toronto Airport. Just a small, no, we're not going to use all of it. I promise. But here, so I showed earlier, Mark Carney saying bad to BC for the BC court for allowing Indigenous rights, right titles to be upheld. Well, here we have Avi Lewis saying, hey, maybe the government should step in and not allow this blatant land grab. So Avi says the Toronto Islands have been cherished public space for generations. For the rest, nature, community, in the heart of our largest city. They belong to the people. The federal government absolutely must use its powers to stop Ford's reckless land grab. And he's quote tweeting Marit Stiles, who is the leader of the provincial NDP and who should have stepped down. Because she ain't no Avi Lewis, that's for damn sure. We needed somebody far more progressive than her as leader of the Ontario NDP if they had any hope of winning the next election. The Liberals are way ahead of them and they don't even have a fucking leader. Anyway, She says, I've written to Prime Minister Mark Carney urging him to intervene to stop Doug Ford's Toronto Island land grab. While emergency rooms close, grocery prices go up, and workers lose their jobs, Doug Ford's obsession with Toronto is costing the province. The federal government can end this today. And let's see, I saw this just over in the recommends when we were watching the Rachel Gilmore video. Well, and it's connected to this. And I thought we could watch this together because I don't know what's in it. There we go. So, Pearson is a disaster. Polyev backs Toronto Island airport expansion. I'm shocked, I say. Shocked. Totally shocked.
Not only do I have a view, but I think it was 3 years ago, I called for the government to immediately issue permits to expand the Billy Bishop Airport. This is great for the economy, for the environment, and
How is expanding that airport great for the environment? It's also not great for the economy. It's basically Doug Ford wanted it because he wanted his private jet and so that he could land it in downtown Toronto. And I'm sure there's some investor buddies that will get big paydays from this.
and for convenience. Like, this is the business district of our biggest city. Why would we not want business travelers to arrive in our business district? It would.
They can go to Pearson. And then they can take like the subway. And then they're there. It doesn't actually take that long.
Allow us to have long-haul international flights from the heart of Toronto. It would take traffic off the highways between downtown and Pearson.
Really, it would take the jets that land in downtown Toronto. That would really reduce the traffic by a lot. The handful of jets with the handful of people on it. That would reduce traffic in Toronto. It's like a drop in the fucking ocean.
And it would allow us to expand our air transportation. Also, Pearson is a disaster. Why is Pearson so bad?
Pierre Polyev, never letting an opportunity to talk shit about, Canadian institutions. Every chance he gets, something about Canada is just the worst.
Because there's no competition for many of its flights. By extending the runway, Pearson would have to fight for more air transportation traffic and perform.
The funny thing about this, and we'll be covering it tomorrow, is the federal government saying how they want to privatize airports.
Better. I want to see better air transportation at a lower cost that leaves on time for a change, and that requires
Anyway, that's enough of that. I have one last thing in this docket. You gotta be fucking kidding me. So Marit Stiles quote tweets out City News saying Doug Ford gets a free degree in the US while taking OSAP away from Ontario students. And Richard Southern says new Premier Ford receives an honorary doctorate from Saginaw Valley State University in Michigan today. He also delivered the commencement speech to graduates. Oh, I want to see video of that. I will look for it for next week. Yeah, no, he gets pampered. He gets awards. This is a very cheesy. Let's give him accolades that he didn't earn or deserve. Well, there's people who now can no longer go to college or university because of his changes to OSAP. People with dreams, people with hopes, people wanting a better future for themselves. And he just gets handed an honorary doctorate. He only spent a couple months in college. And now he gets an honorary doctorate? No, he didn't finish college. He just took a couple months and then went on to daddy's business and, became got involved in politicians, pure nepotism in the strongest sense of the word. Yeah, but he gets this. He gets this. Fuck you, Saginaw Valley State University. I hope all of your sports teams lose forever with everything that they do. No. I deserve a doctorate from a college or a university for talking politics and stuff. Okay, closing all those tabs. So I have one small docket to go over after this, where I'll be talking about some follow-ups to some stories. Let's see. It's that one. Okay. So it's not terribly long, but some follow-ups, some things that I mentioned on Wednesday during my episode of This Space, which I recommend people go check out. But before we get to that, we're going to check the sandbox. I'm trying to say it differently just to annoy Looney Tunes. And I probably said it the exact same. Let's see. Oh, I scrolled up as high as I can go, and it looks like it's new stuff. So you guys have been really chit-chatting in the sandbox, which is good. Let's see. And if I haven't shouted out your name, just know that I'm glad you're all participating in the sandbox. It really helps in the algorithm with the engagement, and I appreciate you all coming out. Hello, Andrew Carter. I try to mention all the people who are in the sandbox, but I'm sure at times I do miss people. The Wild West saying, I feel sorry for Albertans who don't suck. Yeah. Jet saying, non-disclosure, shorthand for, we agree not to inform the public how we're harming them. Yeah. Hello, indefinite article. Welcome to the sandbox. And we have M. Marsh, welcome. Saying I'd be calling your politician and asking them to ask for the full and custodial sentence, or you'd be voting someone in the law to hold them accountable. Not sure what that's in reference to. Oh, still have a bit of a cough. I had a couple of respiratory colds, infections over the last couple months, and it's given me a bout of asthma. I didn't take an inhaler before I started, but I'll be taking it before I go to bed, and hopefully it will get cleared up completely in a little while. It's not the first time it's happened after I've gotten some respiratory infections. Andrew Carter saying, I thought our electoral commission was bad in the UK. Let's see. I'm just going to skim through these. Everyone loves the TikToker's hair. That's Lisa B. Yeah, she has amazing hair. She was one of the people, like, when I first started this out, I was like, I wish I could do videos like her. Like, she does them in the sass and style that I really like, and nice and concise, things that I can't do. But it's like, oh man, I wish I could be more like her with my videos. But we need variety. Some people like my long, rambly live streams, apparently. Let's see. The Wild West, deeply concerning, says Carney. Yeah. I don't know if that's a real quote of news or not, but Looney Tunes is saying Mayor Rudy Giuliani is currently in the hospital where he remains in critical but stable condition. Statement says he's a fighter who has faced every challenge in his life. Probably accidentally drank in too much of that hair dye that leaked down his face. Let's see. I'm going to be eating after this, Jet. I have some leftovers that I have frozen. That's super simple, because all I have to do is nuke it, and it's a full meal. Hello, Bee Cat. Welcome to the SandBox. Let's see. Andrew Carter saying, at the risk of being banned, I'd say trolls can be a valuable source of entertainment. Yeah, trolls, as long as nobody's saying slurs or attacking individuals and stuff, trolls help in the algorithm. But also, if you get into a circular argument with someone, just stop. Like, just stop. Trolls hate when you ignore them. If you ban them, it's almost like a badge of honor, but if everyone just ignores them, oh, they hate that. They hate it. But I don't stand for people saying slurs or anything, if it gets to that point. Let's see. Let's see. People talking about chocolate right now. I do have some chocolate I can eat. It's not my favorite chocolate, but it's chocolate. I had some strawberry scones from a local bakery earlier, like yesterday. Really good. But I'm really upset they don't have the banana chocolate chip scones anymore, because those I loved. Because I am a child sometimes. Banana chocolate chip, that's an underrated combination. Freaking love it. Hello, Synonymous. Like 10 minutes Union Pearson, hence the name. Yeah, it doesn't take that long from on the subway to get from Pearson to Union and stuff. But then you might have to be in the same space as those plebs, those average people. Oh no! Although they have done something nice with the subway design, whereas it's all open. So there's no doors on the cars anymore. And it's all like a big snake that you can walk through. So it's a safety thing. So people, if you're on a car and you're getting harassed, you're not stuck there until the next stop. You can actually move around if you need to. But it looks really freaky when you're watching it and it's like, eh. Let's see. Yes, everyone turn to live chat now that we're getting near the end of the live stream. Oh, Looney Tunes saying that, yes, it's real, this story. Won't be missed. Isidore says, I'm like a stray cat. I kind of want another cat. I have two, but I can't afford a third. But I think I kind of want a third, you know? But I can't afford the initial cost of adoption, or if I just find one on the streets, the shots, getting them fixed, all that sort of stuff. Can't. But I think it would help balance out Linear and Abernathy because they're not quite what each other needs. And Abernathy has some very problematic behaviors that haven't gone away yet that, yeah, it could be a sign he's bored or something. Let's see. Soul Life says, oh my God, Ben and Jerry Chunky Monkey is one of my favorites. Yeah, I like their cookie dough, but I rarely ever buy it because it's so expensive. But I'm a sucker for cookie dough ice cream. But I get my blizzards custom made at Dairy Queen where I'm like, okay, I'll get a cookie dough blizzard with extra cookie dough and Reese peanut butter cup. So yummy. So yummy. I get coupons and stuff for that. Hello, Moomai. Welcome to the Moomie. Welcome to the SandBox. The Wild West. Yeah, I just made banana chocolate chip cookies on Thursday and ate them all. How dare you not send me some in the mail? It is an underrated combination. Anyway, let's get into the last docket. It's not terribly long. One of the stories is fucking horrific. Well, a couple of them are. There we go. Let's get in the last docket. And it's shit. I'm not going to read all the details in the one story because it was like... I had some very graphic scenes in this book that after the beta reading, I think really turned off the person. And I decided to censor it. So the scenes are still technically there. They're just not described. And part of the reason why I didn't think it was such a big deal when I initially wrote the book was because of what I see in articles and stuff. It felt in line. Articles like one of the ones that I have here, which I'm not going to read out loud because it's fucking horrific. But it's like, yeah, that's in a news article. And I thought what was in my book is about equivalent to a news article. But I ended up censoring it in my book so that it wouldn't be so disturbing. Anyway, let's we'll start with it's not a positive story, but it's hopefully a accountability story. Let's put it that way. It's a horrible story about the mass shooting that happened here in Canada not too long ago at a school. But there might actually be accountability consequences, and I hope to hell they get every penny. I touched on this on Wednesday on this space because the article just popped up, but now we're going to look more into it here. There we go. So this is from CTV News. Tumblr-rich families seek US $1 billion in OpenAI lawsuit.
Reports say the families of the shooting victims in Tumbler Ridge, BC are suing OpenAI and its CEO, Sam Altman, likely for more than $1 billion. Lawsuits launched in U.S. federal court allege the company identified the shooter as a credible threat 8 months before the attack, but did not warn police. The suit goes on to accuse OpenAI leaders of not alerting police because it would have exposed the volume of violent conversations on the platform and potentially jeopardize the company's path to a nearly $1 trillion initial public offering.
They can afford to pay out.
9 people, including the suspect, were killed in the shooting. The Chicago-based lawyer has represented a number of clients in wrongful death cases against OpenAI. He says the Tumbler Ridge case is the worst thing his law firm has encountered. Here's what the federal minister of AI and digital innovation, Evan Solomon, had to say about it earlier this morning.
We are pursuing from our end to make sure that citizens are protected. This is why the AI Safety Institute is currently, as I said, working with OpenAI to assess their safety protocols. And as I said, all up.
And then, okay, so a little bit more from the article. So the American lawyer representing some of the victims in the Tumbler Ridge, BC mass shooting says it will likely be seeking more than $1 billion US. Let's see. So February 10th this year, 18-year-old killed 8 people, then shot herself. Shortly after the shooting, OpenAI revealed that staff had flagged the killer's troubling online behavior with her interactions with ChatGPT, but the company did not inform police, a mistake Altman apologized for last week. Huh. Is that acknowledgement? Like, is that being like, oh, we did fuck up? Huh. Is that confessing? Victims and their families in the mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge, BC, earlier this year have filed wrongful death lawsuits in California against OpenAI founder Sam Altman. In the court documents provided by lawyers representing 7 people affected by the February 10th shooting, the plaintiffs also accused the artificial intelligence company and their founder of failing to warn authorities and aiding and abetting the shooter, among other allegations. Among the plaintiffs is 12-year-old Maya, who was shot in the head and gravely injured, and her father of and the father of Abel, who was a 12-year-old who was also killed. So Maya is still apparently recovering. She's alive, but this 12-year-old, the son of Abel, was killed. Law firm Rice Pearson, and so on and so forth. Okay, with respect to the murdered children and their estates are not permitted to bring claims to British Columbia damages, OpenAI, and in most cases, the loved ones of wrongfully killed children are unable to recover any recompense under British Columbia's Family Compensation Act, the firm says in a statement. Altman apologized last week because OpenAI didn't go to police last year when staff identified troubling online behavior of 18-year-old who months later did the shooting. I am deeply sorry that we did not alert law enforcement to the account that was banned in June, Altman's letter to the community said. That's a very empty apology there. Sorry we didn't do anything about it. We could have prevented a mass shooting, but, you know, bottom line. In a statement issued through Rice Pearson's and, okay, yeah. So all the plaintiffs rejected Altman's apology describing OpenAI's decision to not notify police about the shooter's use of ChatGPT chatbot as playing a game of chance with our community where we were the only people who could ever lose. Did you use ChatGPT to draft your apology, Sam? Edmonds said in the statement. It is empty, soulless, and lacks any human warmth. Only a machine could have put those words together and called it an apology. Tumbler Ridge sees your apology, Sam. We do not accept it. Damn. That's the letter apology here from OpenAI. The victims and their families allege OpenAI made a conscious decision not to notify police, knowing that adding proper safety protocols to ChatGPT would cost the company market share. The plaintiffs also allege that the deactivating the shooter's account was misleading because the company provided clear instructions to users on how to create new accounts. Those instructions were no accident, the lawyer says. Neither were the missing safeguards. They are part of a pattern. After every tragedy, OpenAI promises to do better, but it never promises to do the one thing that would actually make a difference. Stop ChatGPT from engaging with users about violence and self-harm in the first place. So hopefully they get every single fucking penny of this. Okay, so I'm going to follow up with a story because it's important for people to know about this story. If you don't watch my Wednesday's appearances on this space at 4 p.m. Eastern, this was a story I covered in depth on Wednesday. So if you want to learn more about it, you can go over to that live stream and just scooch over to where you see me. But this is just, it's a Canadian story and it's absolutely horrific. So what happened during the acquittal of Jeffrey Sloka? I'm going to toss this into the SandBox, but this was a court case. So this guy was acquitted, Jeffrey was acquitted of sexual assault of 48 women.
I almost threw up.
Because the judge said that none of them were credible. Let's see. Yeah, I think. So if you have seen it on Wednesday, I'm just going to play this video again so that you get the drift of the story. So this will be your break, but if you haven't seen it, it's an important story.
I almost threw up. The verdict is reprehensible, in my opinion.
A stunning verdict, one that sent shockwaves through the courtroom. Former Kitchener neurologist Jeffrey Sloka acquitted on all 48 counts of sexual assault. All of the complainants, former patients. The years-long trial ending today with tears in the gallery. Good evening. A former neurologist accused of sexually assaulting 48 of his...
Yeah, apparently this neurologist said that it was necessary for him to examine their breasts and vagina and stuff with no gloves for neurology reasons. And the judge said that all 48 of those women, they just weren't credible, including a witness, a doctor, who came in to testify as an expert, saying that there's no reason why a neurologist would have to do this type of examination. But you see, the giveaway was when I said she. The male judge discounted her testimony as well. This expert witness on that.
Female patients has been acquitted. Justice Craig Perry ruling that he's satisfied there was a valid medical reason for the examinations Jeffrey Sloka performed at his...
Despite the medical experts saying no, there wasn't.
...his Kitchener clinic. And a warning, this story does contain some of the details that were presented in court. CTV's Krista Simpson has been following the trial and was in the courtroom as that verdict was delivered today, joining us now live from the courthouse with more. Krista.
Tony, the courtroom was packed with women who testified during the trial, their supporters, and also some people there to support Jeffrey Sloka. There was also an overflow courtroom and a number of people observing virtually as Justice Craig Perry delivered his decision.
Jeffrey Scott Sloka arrived at the Waterloo Region Courthouse Friday morning to hear the verdict in his sexual assault trial that has spanned 4.5 years. Also outside, representatives from the Sexual Assault Support Centre of Waterloo Region and others there to show support for the 48 women who testified against Sloka at the trial and the numerous others whose cases were withdrawn at different points in the process.
So yes, he was only charged with 48. There was a whole hell of a lot more. And he also had his license revoked earlier because of I think allegations and whatnot. He had his license revoked. That still wasn't good enough for the judge.
Sloka is a former neurologist. The complainants were female patients he saw at his urgent neurology clinic. In court, they described receiving vaginal, breast, and exams of other intimate areas. Sloka's medical license was revoked in 2019 by the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario, or CPSO, after a no-contest plea to allegations laid out before that regulatory body. In the criminal...
Yeah, so that regulatory body took away his license a while ago, but this judge is still like, can't really be sure. Gotta let this guy off the hook.
Trial, the Crown argued Sloka used medical examinations as a ruse to gain access to the bodies of female patients for sexual purposes. The defense said Sloka had a valid medical justification for his examinations. After listening to more than 160 days of evidence and going through thousands of pages of written submissions from the Crown and defense, Justice Craig Perry came to his verdict. The written decision, 1,002 pages long. Perry saying if he were to read it all in court, it would likely take weeks. Instead, he delivered the summary, which took about 20 minutes. I have concluded that on each count, the Crown has failed to prove that Dr. Sloka used medical examinations as a ruse to gain access to the bodies of his female patients, he said. Perry also largely rejected the expert testimony of Dr. Vera Brill, who told court in her opinion the exams Sloka did aren't typically done by neurologists. As for the women who testified, Perry said, after considering the evidence of each complainant, I have concluded that, to varying degrees, each provided unreliable evidence.
Each of them, each of the 48 women provided unreliable evidence in the opinion of this judge. This is a fucking atrocity.
With many of them, their memory, perceptions, and testimony were tainted by what they saw in media or CPSO publications.
Yes, these frail women, they saw something in the media and they immediately thought that happened to them. You know, they're incapable of knowing what happened to their own body. It's just perceptions, memories that were influenced by things around them. Yeah, these little ladies, they don't know what they think. They don't know reality. No, can't trust anything they say. This fucking judge needs to be arrested. His hard drive needs to be checked.
Some also provided evidence that lacked credibility. Some were also deliberately dishonest with the court. Perry concluding, on each count, the totality of the evidence satisfies me that each patient consented to and participated in medical examinations.
Yeah. All 48 of them who pressed charges, who were part of this, all 48 of them consented. Yeah. They all consented. So why is there a fucking court case then, if they all consented?
Perry acquitted Sloka on all 48 counts of sexual assault.
After the judge read out his verdict, some of the women in the courtroom began crying. Some got up and walked out, one calling out, "Shameful, shameful."
Outside court, Sloka's legal team said their client is relieved and happy with the judge's decision.
And we don't need to listen to that. So here it's like, well, despite the acquittal, former Kitchener neurologist Jeffrey Sloka can't practice as a physician. Sloka agreed never to apply or reapply for registration when license was removed in 2019. Oh, so at least he won't be back in that industry, but he's still a fucking monster. He's a predator. Like, one of the videos that I showed on Wednesday is just because a person wasn't found guilty doesn't mean they're innocent. Yeah. So this is just like a horrific story. But here we have Perry prepared. So this is the judge. The judge's verdict. Prepared a 1,002-page ruling documented, but read just the introduction into the court record Friday. That introduction gave a short summary of the case and his findings before a courtroom packed with the supporters of the former patient and Sloka's family. I accept that Sloka adequately proposed, identified, and explained each examination he acknowledged performing, Perry said on Friday. Having looked at the totality of evidence, I conclude that on each account the Crown has failed to prove that Dr. Sloka used medical examinations as a ruse to gain access to the bodies of his female patients. 1,000-page ruling, and he only read about 20 minutes of it. Chided and condescended to the courts like, if I read the whole thing, we'd be here for weeks. I'll toss this into the SandBox in case you want to watch any of the articles on that or read the rest of it. Again, just a horrific story, but I think there was somebody... Maybe it's in this. And so when I was covering that story on Wednesday, I was also covering other kind of related stories. So here we have a judge who criminally accused neurologists who sexually assaulted almost 50 women, 2 police officers using police database to stalk or surveil former intimate partners or women they find attractive. Ontario's public ethics are not okay. Fire and prosecute them all. Because when I covered the story on Wednesday, I also covered one that happened in Ottawa, and I recalled, like, yeah, there was another story from Ottawa where the police officer used his power, his access to information, to stalk his ex-partner. And all that happened to him was he was demoted. And so a police officer who was making over $100,000 a year was demoted, and he was still making over $100,000 a year. That demotion didn't even get him below that line. And then a very similar story happened again of somebody's like, oh, there's this woman at this gym I find attractive. I'm going to search her in the police database so that I can go stalk and harass her. You see, when proper consequences aren't doled out, this is the shit that happens. And this next story, my God. I won't be reading all the details in it because it's pretty bad. But this is a Toronto Star article that I could actually access because somebody provided a link to a free version of the article. So here we have Toronto men get 9 years for gang sex assault of unconscious woman who was never identified. So there's a bit of a twist in this story that I want to talk about. So there isn't a single moment in the entire video in which Jane Doe humanity is respected, the judge wrote. 2 men have been sentenced to 9 years in prison for repeatedly sexually assaulting an unconscious woman who had never come forward and whose identity remains unknown. The 2024 incident in the stairwell of downtown Toronto public housing complex was captured by surveillance camera, leading to 2 people being convicted of gang sexual assault. The victim was simply known as Jane Doe in court. What happened to Jane Doe is profoundly shocking and would be considered horrific by any reasonable person, Ontario Court Justice Brock Jones said Wednesday as he sentenced the men. They took turns exploiting her for their own selfish needs. Their treatment of her was cruel and utterly depraved. The 2 men had lengthy criminal records and suffered from substance use disorders. They received additional jail time for violating court orders. Both are career criminals. So let's skip down to here. It is rare to secure a sexual assault conviction without a complainant willing to testify, as the Crown has to prove that they were not consenting to the sexual activity. After what the judge describes as unusual trial, he concluded that it was clear from the surveillance footage that Jane Doe was unconscious and incapable of consenting, and he found the men knew that. She cannot stand on her own, the judge wrote. Her limp, seemingly lifeless body is entirely controlled by her abusers. So there is some precedent for this type of thing. Jones said this week he heard no evidence of a pre-existing relationship between Jane Doe and the men, and he didn't know how she came to be at the complex. My words cannot replicate the true nature of the video's chilling content, the judge wrote on to describe what is seen in the surveillance footage, which has no audio. And then it gets into the details of what happened. You can freeze the screen here if you really want to read them. So, judge says there's no escaping the fundamental truth of this crime, which is that both offenders jointly formed the intention to prey upon Jane Doe sexually and acted upon that intention. She was chosen and subjected to these crimes because these 2 saw an opportunity to take advantage of a vulnerable woman. So the commentary that I had on that was, I almost feel that the reason why these men were convicted was because she never had to go to trial. Because if she went to trial and the judge heard her talk, well, then maybe there would be a judgment put upon her. That she was incredible, that her testimony was, rambly or something. I've seen lots of court cases where the judges have said that about the victims who have come forward and testified. But by her not testifying and you're just exposed to the incident without that commentary, without that bias, without that influence. You see it for what it really is. There's no influences over like, oh, maybe she was asking for it, or maybe, you know, she didn't not consent or something of that sort bullshit. But I feel like if she had actually came forward, if she had actually pressed charges, if she was actually on the stand, those men would not be in jail. Because she would be judged more harshly. She would be judged as unreliable. She would be judged for her drug use and all of that sort of stuff. But without her there was no denying what they saw in that video footage. It wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. Okay. So moving on to just a few other things. Not related to this. So here we have something that we all need to be paying attention to because channels like mine might be going way of dodo. So I don't know. I don't know how accurate this is, but my God, I can see it happening. So this person says YouTube continues to mass murder quality content channels. Hundreds of examples like this in just the last 2 days. I've explained why YouTube is doing this. Most people don't believe it yet. YouTube is preparing to replace human creators with their own AI-generated replacement avatars so they don't have to split revenue with humans. They are using all human-created content to train their in-house AI creation engines. That would not surprise me. First of all, I don't think any channel that is providing AI-generated content should be monetized. You know, because that does take away from people like me who use this as a job, who are human, who put in the work, who make it creative, make a style, do all of this sort of stuff, versus somebody who just writes in a prompt and lets AI do all of the work. They should not be monetized. But the idea that YouTube might want to create its own AI video creators that then swamp the algorithms and they then make money on their own content from ad revenues and stuff of that sort from Google AdSense. This is wild. Absolutely wild that they could do this. But there's no checks and balances on AI. So Bloomation had tweeted this out saying, YouTube deleted my animation channel, Bloom Nation. My channel had 760,000 subscribers. It was removed for spam, fraud, and deception policies. But here's the problem. I never violated these rules. Bloom Nation was an animation channel. My videos were Roblox animations made as original content, characters, editing, scenes, animation work, no spam, no scams, no fraud, nothing deceptive. And yet my channel is gone. I've been without my channel for a month now. YouTube reviewed the case and rejected my appeal, but I truly believe this review was not handled correctly. How can an original animation channel with manually created videos be treated like spam or fraud? Not to mention a lot of our appeals and stuff will just go through AI filters. So that's the part I can't understand. What makes this even worse is that I'm not the only one. Many animators are facing the same thing right now. Original channels getting demonetized, removed, or punished by YouTube support in automated AI system. These are not scam channels. They are creators, artists, animators, people who spent years building their work. A channel can disappear in a moment, and the only answer we get is basically the decision is final. Is this really how YouTube treats creators now? YouTube, please take another look at Bloom Nation. I believe my channel was removed by mistake, and I'm asking for real human review, not automated decisions that destroy years of work. Please help bring attention to this. A lot of animation creators are being affected, and YouTube needs to be noticed what is happening. And then there's a screen grab of their telling them that their channel is no longer viable. That is why I have a Patreon account. So while becoming members of the SandBox is helpful because then YouTube likes my channel better and it helps it in the algorithms then, that's good. But if something were to happen to my YouTube channel, I don't want the bulk of my income coming from that. So if you can become a patron, I'd super appreciate it. It kind of needs to be a split of both. So there are other ways that you can help me out by becoming a patron, by purchasing things off my wish list. Any financial support is greatly, greatly appreciated. Because it sucks that I have my job on here, yet I have no say in my work environment. I have no say over how the platform is run. And this is like all YouTube content creators. Some people have spent years and years, like I've been doing this channel for 5 years. And all that work can just be snapped away in an instant. And I have no say, no control over it. All of my content just gone. It is so frustrating that there isn't a secure, safe platform that we can use to do this sort of thing on, where we aren't going to be arbitrarily canceled because YouTube decides to change a policy or decides to use AI and make money on its own videos. Super frustrating. But let's move on to a good news story. So this is from The Breach, reporting on this. Toronto renters just formed a citywide tenant union. So here is a good news story that I think we could all use right now.
What are we here to build, guys? I'm going to say tenant, you're going to say power. Ready? Tenant. Power. Tenant. Power. Tenant. Power. Tenant. Power.
We're here in Toronto's West End for the founding of the Toronto Tenant Union, which is just set to become the biggest tenant union in Toronto's history. It's a merger of the York South-Weston Tenant Union, which has executed the biggest rent strike in Toronto in 2023 and 2024. And
hell yeah. Rent strike. We need more unions like this.
And Climate Justice Toronto. Inside, tenants are going to be debating the vision, structure, and strategy of the new tenant union, where tenants are going to be able to have a democratic say in an organization that represents them and defends them in Toronto.
So tenants are up against a big process of displacement. We are half of the city now, but there's this...
I'm just going to speed this up a bit. I only have one more tab to go after this, but I'm fading, so...
constant pressure to move out by landlords actually of all sizes, because we don't have vacancy control in Ontario. So it means that if they kick you out of your unit, the next tenant will be charged double the rent that you were paying. Some people are getting very high rent increases, sometimes illegally, sometimes legally, but they shouldn't be legal. People don't get their units maintained. So there's this sense that people are paying more for less.
Doug Ford was doing the same. While flying in his plane, I guess, making it easier for them to gouge tenants by removing rent control as soon as he came into office.
And as a result, our rent increases were 2 to 3 times higher than rent control. Because let's not forget that 50% of the rent we pay is profit.
Many of the landlords that operate in the city don't just have one building in one neighborhood. They have dozens, hundreds of buildings sometimes. So when we put all...
Yes, mainstream media loves to be like, oh, the mom and pop renters and blah, blah, blah. Or mom and pop landlords, you know, oh, they're going to be harmed by all these restrictions and blah, blah, blah. There are corporate landlords out there that have hundreds of buildings that are able now to just raise the rent arbitrarily, that are making it impossible for people to afford living on their own. It's not about the mom and pop landlords. It's about the overall renter situation that we are currently in. But, you know, mainstream media just loves to focus on, it's like, oh, this person only owns 4 buildings and is struggling because of all of the extra rights renters get.
That together, I think that's what tenants are against, or what they're being faced with today. And that's why we need a big player to push back, and that's why the tenant union comes along.
So can you tell me what made you want to get involved in a tenant union in the first place?
I'd gone through several above guideline increases in my building at 33 King Street, and some people didn't have like water running in their shower for 6 months, which to me was ludicrous. And even my personal own experience in my unit with the roof coming down on us led me to know that this was the right thing to do, is to be a part of the tenant union.
Sorry, your roof fell down in your building?
Yes, and I thought my landlord would take care of me. My property management office.
You see, part of me wants to rail even more against landlords and stuff, but I feel like I'm in a sticky situation because even though the landlords that own this building are corporate landlords, they actually seem to have humans on staff. You know, they do work to maintain the building. They do reply to issues. They've worked with me on certain things. Like, there actually seems to be humans involved with them. So it's like, I still hate corporate landlords, but these ones seem to have a soul, at least.
Told me they take care of me, and it didn't end up the way, and I ended up having taken them to the LTB. I won on my own with no representation, and they appealed it, spent thousands of dollars to appeal. So it just shows the system is not in favor of us, and we need to dismantle these systems, and having a tenant union helps do that. So that's going to be one of my goals as co-chairs, to make sure we're reaching the tenants who haven't been reached yet, who don't understand how powerful the education and the collective bargaining and the collective organizing can be for you as a tenant. Taking back power, being able to say, no, landlord, you're not coming in my unit until you give me 24 hours written notice. And that power is something that you can't take away once you've learned it.
That's how really it's snowballed in the neighborhood. The moment a building wins something, it becomes very contagious.
And then in October 2024, the rent strikes at Weston and Lawrence collectively bargained and won a settlement after 16 months on rent strike. We are going to take the victories from York South Weston, and we are going to bring them to this entire city. When we fight together, we win together. So let's get shit done.
So we just voted in our first steering committee, or executive, if you'd like to call that. What's going to happen is we're going to have steering committees within each section of the city, which is York, Etobicoke, and then downtown Central and Scarborough.
We're going to fight in the space of production, which if we were in labor, it would be a factory or a workplace. In this case, is where we live.
There's a tenant union citywide in Vancouver, in Montreal. There are prominent rent strikes we take inspiration from in New York City, in Soweto against apartheid in South Africa. So I think there's a long history of tenants banding together and realizing.
Yeah, when progressive movements succeed in one area, it encourages and emboldens them to succeed in other areas. It's kind of like we're in this battle right now because you have the conservative policies like what Wab Canoe's doing with the voter ID, or not voter ID, the ID needed to get access online stuff by, restricting children off of social media. If he gets away with it, it's going to expand federally. If there's a provincial government that gets away with a horrendous right-wing agenda item, it only encourages other provinces to do that, and then some. The same thing happens with progressive ideals. Unfortunately, it's not to the same scale right now, but it does happen. And that's part of the reason why I was so happy that Zora Mandami got into power as New York City mayor, because they can lead by example. They can show what's possible and encourage other people to fight for what could be. And so when there's a progressive win, so, like a tenant union formed in one area, it shows people that, yes, this is possible. If we work together, we can get it. We can get protections. We can make our lives better.
The landlord is just one person, or it's one executive board, but there's so many more of us.
I'm so glad that it is our friend and neighbor Saeed who is saying this, because Saeed, people, is part of the crew from 1440 Lawrence who won a massive rent strike. They had to do that because they were waiting months and months and years to get basic maintenance issues fixed in their place. So what did they do? They organized. The court literally ordered their landlord to fix those maintenance issues. That is something we can do here too.
In the left, sometimes we have these really lofty ideals about what people ought to be or what they ought to think, but I think often we don't realize that we have so much in common with our neighbor. If you live in a building and you're facing pests, your neighbor already faced pests or will face pests. Find that common ground first, because I think that's where we're strongest, because we do share so much.
Part of my extended family is the tenant union. It has become a lifeline for many people in the buildings that we have already, and we're hoping going forward it is a lifeline for other buildings structures and communities across the city.
Okay, so if the Toronto Tenant Union had a message to Toronto's landlords, what would it be?
Watch out.
Oops. I didn't mean to click on that.
I think there
we go. Everyone check out The Breach. They do amazing work. Progressive outlet here in Canada. So go check out their YouTube, go support them if you can. So a couple weeks ago, I also covered the story of Tina Yazdani, who suddenly lost her job at CTV News. And she's an amazing reporter and really was holding Doug Ford's feet to the fire on so many different issues. And she got into some very combative back and forth. A couple of her stories were taken off the news network. A real loss to journalism here in Ontario. So she has sent out an update as to some of the things that's happened. And so we are going to watch it. I was hoping she wouldn't just disappear, and I'm glad she won't be. Because, again, incredible journalist.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to get on here and give a quick update. First of all, I want to say thank you so much for all of the support and all of the messages. It has meant so much to me just knowing how much my journalism and my work has resonated. And reading those messages got me through a very difficult few weeks. I loved my job. Anyone who knows me knows how much I loved my job. I looked forward to it every day. I was at City News for 8 years, and I would pinch myself just knowing that I got to cover Ontario politics, that I got to come here to Queen's Park every day and cover it for a major broadcaster. And so this news was extremely shocking and devastating to me. I wanted to handle the matter privately with Rogers, but unfortunately that hasn't happened, and I am now having to take formal steps to address the situation because I do feel strongly that the way my employment ended was unfair. I stand by all of the journalism I did. I stand by all of my work. I'm proud of the work that I did. I am a strong believer in holding power to account and asking the tough questions, and I will be back doing that. I'm keen to move forward. I want to move on to the next chapter, and I will be back at Queen's Park. I'll be back here starting on Monday. I'm joining an incredible team of journalists at the Trillium. They really set the bar high, and I am going to learn so much from them, and I'm excited for the journalism and the work that I will be doing at the Trillium. So that is my update. I am ready to move forward. And I want to just say thank you again to everyone who has reached out. It has meant the world to me, and I'll be seeing you all soon.
Freaking fantastic news. Like, what a wonderful addition to the Trillium. As many of you know, I cover Trillium articles all the time on my channel because they're really good outlets. So hopefully this even frees her up to even be more bold in her commentary and stuff. But it's great to see that she has somewhere to go. That's another place has taken her on, and a far more progressive place than a mainstream news outlet. So it'll be interesting to see how she blooms. But great news, wonderful addition to the Trillium. And I hope she can hold her old employers to task for just firing her from what I suspect is pressure from, the Ford government not liking how she was accurately reporting. Anyway, so that is all for today. And yeah, it was a good call not to cover the federal news today because I don't want to be here 10 hours. Come here. Come here. You can come here, little nearer. You can come here. You can come here. Silly goose. I have a cat and he's just sitting on the computer and he's not coming over onto my lap. So we're going to check the SandBox and then we're going to sign off for tonight. So yeah, people can go check out my last live This Space appearance on Wednesday if you want to learn more about some of those horrific stories I was talking about. Tomorrow night I will be doing another live stream talking about the economic announcement from the federal Liberals. Also, I'll be covering a lot of what Avi Lewis had to say about it and maybe even give people hopium, some hope about where we could go in Canada. So let's see. Okay. Okay, people talking about AI and stuff, probably about the people taking Altman to court. Those Nick saying, I saw a crazy story about how Grok convinced a guy in Ireland that some people were coming for him to the point that he tooled up with a hammer and it named names. He searched them and which convinced him. Name names of real people who were not, however, coming for him. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, you can just slap together a couple of common names, and there's going to be somebody with that name, like a real person. My name is actually extraordinarily unique. I might be the only one on the planet with my name, with my spelling. Let's put it that way. I think there is another Sandy Lovis, but it's with a Y. And people reacting to the story about the 48 women not being believed. Jet saying this story is beyond angering. Yeah. Jet, I'm starting to come to the conclusion we don't allow databases to connect to the internet at all. That would be nice. I wish I could just like box off a lot of my stuff and only connect to the internet for certain things. But like everything we use now is all connected to the internet, from Word documents to video editing programs, all of it. It's all online now. Let's see. People talking about food. I need to go get food. So Live saying TYT would hate this. Yeah, tenant unions. Woo. They would find a reason to be against it. But Andrew Carter says TYT would claim they supported it all along after trying to stop it for years. I can't wait to get my TYT essay out there so I can just be done with it. Be done with it. When it's closer to release, I'm going to have to ask everyone's opinion, and we're going to have to brainstorm together to figure out how I release it. Depending on how long it is. Like, do I just release it in one weekend? Or do I make a Shark Week presentation out of it? Because part of it is I kind of wanted to get it all out there on one weekend before, in the very off chance Jake and Anna would respond to it. I wanted it out there before they had a chance to respond to it. I don't know if that's going to be possible now, but the likelihood of them even seeing it. Again, like, there's no guarantee these video essays will do numbers. My videos tend not to get noticed. I don't tend to do well in the algorithms. So it's more likely I'm just going to go unnoticed with it. But in the chance that it does go a little viral, I was hoping to just kind of get it out before there was any chance for them to respond. But it might have to turn into a Shark Week type thing where it's like, okay, every night for 5 days, we're going over it. Oh. Because I was also hoping to do a live stream after the essay to answer any super chats or do a talk back about what we just saw and stuff. That would be a long ass week for me if that's what I end up doing. Let's see. So like they're now claiming that Comey charges go being, yeah. Comey posted something with seashells and now they want to put him in jail. I'm not doing 10 hours Looney Tunes. Okay. So like it has to be a clickbait title with TYT mentioned early in the title, yeah. Jed Sandy's basically working on the nuke of all TYT videos, lol. Yeah, it's just like I'm not trying to nuke the channel, but I want people to think more critically about it, about what they're seeing, and just know what they're getting into. Okay, I'm going to see if anyone is live right now that we can raid, because just because they're live doesn't mean I can raid them. And I'm talking about channels that I regularly watch or know of, I'm familiar with. Let's see if I go over here. This will sometimes show me more. It's available. Edit. No, customization. No, it doesn't look like any of the channels I regularly watch are raidable right now. I think I've tried Owen's Fireside Chat before, but let's see if I can. But he doesn't have it set up that I can. Let's see. Yeah, no, he doesn't have it set up so I can. Okay, so no redirects for tonight. Okay. We can close all of those. Let's put those up. Yeah, so tomorrow night, depending if I can get a guest or not, we'll change the times. But if I don't get a guest, probably starting at 5 p.m. again. Lots to go over with the federal news and hopefully end with some hope with Avi Lewis. We'll see. But yeah. Then Wednesday, this space, I'll be there. Other than that, I'll be working on the TYT essay and the paintings and whatnot. So hopefully I'll be able to show you some artwork next time. But thank you everyone for coming out. Thanks for the raids. Thanks for new subscribers. Super appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who's helped out financially. I wouldn't be here without you. Thanks to everyone who's become members or patrons who've purchased things from my Amazon wish list. All of it means the world to me. Don't forget to follow me on all social medias. Again, once that TYT essay is done, I'm going to be adding a lot more to this channel here, my Sandy Lovis channel, for art writing and all things creative. Yeah, buy my fucking book. When I release the TYT video, there will be a new edition up. So if you want a collector's edition, you need to buy it now. Anyway, with all of that. Oh, and thank you, mods. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.